Microphone check. Holy smokes, it seems like it's been so long since I've seen you guys. I missed you terribly. I'm going to be honest, I did. I missed you terribly. I won't even lie about that. It felt like I was missing a long lost friend. It's good to be back. Hello, everybody. Nothing happened while I was gone, though. That's what's crazy. From Friday until now, not a single thing happened. Barely have any news to cover after this weekend. It was just a very boring business as usual America for the last 4 days. Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. I'm traveling through airports, like trying to just figure this shit out in between stops and getting as much internet as I can on the plane. And it seemed like every time I lost connection, I came back and like literally everything had changed. Just everything changed minute by minute. What we do know, this guy might not be a great negotiator, and he might just not be as respected as he wants to be. He's very upsetty spaghetti this morning, and that's tough for him. I feel bad. It's tough when toddlers don't get their way. Last night, my daughter wanted a bottle before she went to bed, and we were out of milk. And she went to bed crying. I scratched her back and played with her hair until she fell asleep. And I think that maybe that's what we need to do for the big guy here. Maybe somebody after they change his diaper, right, and after he takes off his makeup. And do you ever think about what his sheets must be like? Gotta be. I don't know how easy that stuff is to get off, but his sheets must be an absolute disaster. Just like covered in what do you call that? Foundation and spray tan. It's got to be an absolute nightmare. Bad negotiator? Yeah. Who knew? Who would have guessed that he wasn't a good negotiator? That's for plastic sheets. He sweats all night, shits his pants, pees his pants, sweats off his foundation every night, and then they just remove the plastic like it's a murder scene. That's probably it. Take that visual this morning. I'll jump into it. I think one of the things that I wouldn't say it's inspiring. I don't know what it is, but one of the things that this weekend taught me is that with enough pressure and with enough protest, with the No Kings protest, with the ICE protests, with the protests against Israel, what used to be considered like far left radicals, it's just like it's the people, it's everybody now. Like everybody kind of agrees. There's a few people still hanging on, like with MAGA. The Republicans are hanging on. I watched it live last night, and it's never been like more painfully obvious who thinks and who takes direction. And if you're a conservative, I would ask yourself this weekend and over the last week, which people do you listen to on your side to get the opinion that is more closely aligning with yours? Which of those people sound exactly the same as they did with George Bush? And which ones are starting to change their tune? And I would just recognize, whether you agree with them or not, I would take time to recognize which Republicans are willing to change their tune. Which Republicans, when confronted with overwhelming evidence and just like basic humanity, which of them change their tune and which don't. And as much as I would love to advocate not listening to any conservative host, if you're going to, maybe consider listening to the ones that are willing to change their tune. Here's an example, not a political commentator, not somebody I honestly, I don't know why anybody watches this guy. Maybe it's a generational thing. I'm old. I'm a millennial. I'm an older millennial, but I don't have any warrants or DUIs. And so I'm a little bit different than some other of the older millennials that are in this world. This guy's name's Sneeko. If you don't know Sneeko, dope. That's great. Congratulations on not knowing Sneeko. He sucks. But here he is. He publicly endorsed Trump He is publicly, he's been to the UFC fights, sits there front row. He's friends with Dana White. Here's what he has to say about the next time Trump shows up at a UFC fight.
The next UFC event, I want everybody there. I'm going to say this. Hopefully somebody clip this. Everybody at the UFC, next time Trump walks out and tries to aura farm, you all have to boo him. He promised us no new wars, and look what he did. What, 6 months into his second term? Everyone needs to boo him. And everyone will, because he completely betrayed all of us. He doesn't care about this country. And maybe Elon was right in saying this guy's blackmailed by Epstein. Maybe he was on the Epstein Island. We've seen all the pictures with him and Jeffrey Epstein. You know, maybe he was just friends with him in New York. Maybe we like to ignore what's blatantly obvious. But what else is the major explanation for why he's blindly showing allegiance to Netanyahu? Why he's okay being Israel's bitch? Why he's okay doing this? Other than they have overwhelming evidence on him that will ruin his and his entire family's legacy and their reputation.
Let me offer something different from Republicans. I'm going to say something unpopular, and I'm saying this not factually speaking, but just like as somebody who's been following Donald Trump and following American politics pretty closely for a while, I think that the Epstein list is like mostly a red herring. I don't know that we have evidence that it even exists. And frankly, like, why would it? Why would he keep a list? I think that most likely, like the most likely connection between Epstein and Israel is that, of course, he has connections to Mossad, and that he might have helped influence people or get them in position to have a discussion with Israeli compromat agents and got compromat on American politicians like Donald Trump. I think that like it's too narrow of a scope to always say Epstein, but it's what people know, and it's what people claim that they care about. I actually had a fucking like the most annoying conversation I've ever had with a Republican yesterday. Somebody that a friend of mine, we haven't talked in years, but you guys know last week somebody that I used to work with passed away in a car crash. So like a lot of us have reconnected over somebody that we had worked with, and he had commented on one of my videos and then just started blasting me messages on Facebook, which should tell you like maybe what side of the aisle this person's on, that they're blasting me on Facebook. But that was the thing. Like every time we would talk about anything critical of Donald Trump, what he would do is he would obfuscate from that. He wouldn't talk about, in fact, like part of our argument was him saying that Trump wasn't guilty of 34 felonies. And I'm like, wait, but he was found guilty. He's like, yeah, but was he though? That was literally the response. Like, was he? Yeah. He's like, does that make him guilty? Yeah. Yeah, of course. There's two options when you go to a criminal case. You have guilty or not guilty. Those are your only two options. He's like, yeah, but before God. I was like, Jesus Christ, man. Jesus. But every time we would get derailed in the conversation, or anytime he got to a place where he didn't have a response, he's like, you know what? I would turn on Trump if he wound up being on the Epstein flight logs. It's like, well, he is on the logs. He's like, oh, I meant the client list. Okay. Well, we don't know if there is a client list. Like the bar that you guys have set for Donald Trump in order for you to stop supporting him is honestly fucking crazy. Like in order to not support Donald Trump anymore, he has to be like on video abusing a child. That's the bar. That's the bar that most of these people are at. And it's nice to see dipshits like Sneeko change their tune. Let's not give Sneeko too much credit though. He started that clip off saying like Trump comes to Aura Farm. Like he's just trying to get the aura from UFC and get the attention of those people. There's a big, the crowd's really loud. They cheer for him. He has a walkout with Dana White and like members of his cabinet. Sneeko is just testing the wind. He's just one of those guys. Which way is it blowing? Oh, right now we are critical of being dragged into wars. He doesn't give a shit about a war. If everybody in America was like, fuck him up, he'd be like, yeah, fuck him up. But what watching a video of Sneeko and some of these other content creators tell you is like what the public perception is. Not the political nerd perception, not the partisan perception, like the average American who probably doesn't spend a lot of time looking into this stuff. Like the average American's like, what are we doing? That's why I showed that. Here's Chase Oliver going all over. This is everywhere. If you have any libertarian friends, this is like, don't blame me, I voted Chase Oliver for president. Trump has lost the libertarians over the weekend, and that wasn't great. And I'll get to more of that stuff as we go on. Wanted to get to this story in Florida. Every story that begins with Florida man or Florida woman. I'm sure you guys have seen this. It's probably been discussed ad nauseum, but I wasn't here, so I'm going to do it. This is Representative Kat Kammack. She was very supportive of Florida's strict I think it's 6 weeks in abortion, right? Or 6 weeks in abortion in Florida. 6-week abortion ban in Florida. Is that right? I think that's where it is. Very supportive of this ban. One of the problems with the abortion legislation in Florida is that it was really vague, and so it left doctors concerned on like what constitutes an abortion. In this case, she got pregnant. She needed an ectopic pregnancy. She arrived at the emergency room, terrified by what she just learned, that her pregnancy could kill her at any moment. It terrifying, right? It would only get worse. The Florida Republican needed a shot of methotrexate. I don't know how to say that. To help expel her ectopic pregnancy, in which there is no way for the embryo to survive. Her state's 6-week abortion ban had just taken effect. She said the doctors and nurses who saw her said they were worried about losing their licenses or going to jail if they gave her drugs to end her pregnancy. She began arguing her case. The staff resisted. She said even though doctors earlier that day estimated she was just 5 weeks pregnant, there was no heartbeat and her life was at risk. She pulled up the state law on her phone for hospital workers to read. She said she called the governor's office late at night for help, but no one picked up. Hours later, doctors finally agreed to give her the methotrexate. Sorry, Kammack said. Who's to blame? She said it's not the Florida law. It's not this vague-ass law that we passed. It's who is it? It's the libs. It's always the libs. Instead, she accuses the left of scaring medical professionals with messaging that stressed that they could face criminal charges for violating the laws. Yeah, that's probably what it is. That's probably what the issue was. It was probably all these doctors who were going home every night and watching MSNBC and CNN and being scared and taking their medical advice from the fake news media. That's probably what it was, right? I would just love it if, like, one of the things Republicans committed to after you guys are done with this Trump experiment, which is a disaster, like once you guys decide to be human beings again, one thing I would love for you to do is start being like accountable. Just like once in a while. It's your fucking bill. Your fucking bill created this problem. And if your fucking bill can be undone by hysteria from the media, then maybe your bill sucks. You know what I mean? Like, if it's not clear enough in the bill that the doctors see something on the news, by the way, none of this is true, but if that's the problem, can a Republican, can these followers of Jesus, these good Christian brothers and sisters in Christ, can they take some fucking accountability like one time? All right, I understand Trump's your leader, and when Trump is the leader, you're not allowed to do accountability. I get it. We're used to it. We've accepted that that's who you are going to be as long as Trump is around. You are just going to be the party who doesn't criticize, who never says that we're sorry. When you fuck up, you just blame somebody else. But I would highly recommend, after Donald Trump destroys the GOP and you guys are left scrambling for the pieces because you're dragging us into wars, you have masked marauders kidnapping people on the streets. When this dumbass experiment is all said and done, I would recommend, as you pick up the pieces, that you maybe put some accountability in that foundation for just once in a while. It would be great. This is embarrassing. She almost died from her own law, and she's like, it's the liberals. Someone explain that to me. Someone explain accountability to me. If you write a law that the media can fuck up, it's not a good law. Bottom line. If the doctors can't make sense of it and they're nervous, so they have questions, you didn't write a good law. You wrote a very confusing law. That's where we are. Shout out everybody in Florida. Don't get pregnant if you're in Florida. Here's the best part of my weekend. Honest to God, it has been a bad weekend in the news. I had a great weekend. I had a really good time. Over the weekend, we got new polling. Jesus, I'm getting banned right and left on TikTok. TikTokers, just make sure you know. I've had two flags already. So if this goes down, you know the other places we are. New polling. Look at this change. Here's Zoran Mamdani, running for New York City mayor, who has been trailing Cuomo forever. Look at this switch. Whoa. Zoran now leads at 61%, Cuomo at 38%. Now, it is going to be ranked choice voting. but it looks like Zoran's going to run away with this thing. This is a democratic socialist that even the most like patriotic, virulent capitalists in New York City are going, yeah, that's probably a better idea than Andrew Cuomo. He's great. This is a huge moment. If Zoran, and this is today, by the way, if you're in New York, make sure you go out there and vote. It's ranked choice. Zoran and what's the other guy's name? I have it here. Brad Lander are advocating that you pick one of the two, top of your ticket, and then number two be the other one, and then vote down ballot. And don't put Andrew Cuomo in. Don't give him a fifth place vote. No votes for Andrew Cuomo. What we're seeing in real time, like this makes me so unbelievably happy, and it makes me very I have like a positive outlook towards the future. You may notice that in my tone today. The fear mongering that you would normally have, like this is Mom Donnie. Keep in mind, I'm 39 years old. Like the earliest real like political times in my life, I remember I was sitting in debate class as a 10th grader when the planes hit the towers. And I sat there and I watched 9/11 happen. And then I watched Toby Keith write, "We'll put a boot in their ass." And I watched George Bush roll out there with the megaphone and say, what was it? They're going to hear from us. Some shit. I don't remember what it was. And I watched his he got to 90% approval rating, and then we invaded Iraq. And during that time, I was a Republican, so I'm watching Fox News. I'm listening to Sean Hannity. I'm listening to Bill O'Reilly. I'm listening to Rush Limbaugh. And every day they would open their show with, "Oh, there looks like they're building a mosque in Detroit. Looks like they're building a mosque in Salt Lake City. Looks like they're building a mosque in Oklahoma City. Looks like they're going to build a mosque only 4 miles away from the World Trade Center." So I grew up in the America that has not gotten rid of Islamophobia, but like it was like the culture. The culture was like Islamophobia, and I at the time, like that's all I knew about the Muslim religion, is that they flew their plane into our tower. That's all. Legitimately, that's all I knew. But America was like that. So to go from my earliest memories of politics, and I'm not that old, to now in New York City, a Zoran, who is not only is he marching with Muslims, he's marching with Jewish people, he's marching with Christians, and he's saying like, yeah, I'm a democratic socialist. To see this, and to see like maybe over a century of messaging, scaring people from socialism, as if socialism was the root cause of the Holocaust, or that like communism was the root cause of the mistreatment of people, the Soviets, and the mistreatment of people in China, as if like the ideology was actually the problem. To see that come full circle in America's biggest city is honestly one of the most heartening things I can remember in a very, very long time. This man brings joy. Like and not like the Kamala Harris joy. I'm talking about he's on the streets. People are following him. He's dapping people up. Like he's running on, let's make life easier for New Yorkers. And he's running against the guy who's like, hey, socialism will destroy us. Radical Islam will destroy us. And as soon as we started talking about real issues, as soon as this mayoral race got closer and closer, and you put the two on stage together, and you saw the difference in messaging, all of a sudden, New York was like, fuck Andrew Cuomo. Like, fuck Andrew Cuomo. We're going to do it. Trump Nation, baby. You guys are dumb as a box of rocks. You can't knock my high down today. I'm here. Shogun, can you please stop spamming? Also, Shogun, who is like, you picked like a mid-tier UFC fighter for your username. That's silly. Unless you really are Shogun, in which case the CTE would explain the Trump support. Let's see. Here is Brad Lander, also running for mayor. God, this mayor race is just exposing everything. Here's Brad Lander, who, if we remember last week, he was The last time we saw him on this show, he was being hauled away by Homeland Security agents against the law, by the way. And here he is now, after he's been going to court over and over, watching what ICE is doing, going into the courtrooms, and now he's exposing just how corrupt, even in New York City, how corrupt our system is, and how willing they are to like trample on due process.
All of a sudden, starting about a month ago with this student, Dylan Contreras, a Bronx public high school student, the government moves to do something that at first sounds good. They say, we're going to dismiss your case. And I think people think, oh, great, my deportation will be dismissed. But what's actually happening is they're stripping you of your status as an asylum seeker. And then, because you have no status, they have ICE agents grab you in the elevator lobby and whisk you away. You have no lawyer. Your family doesn't know where you are. All of a sudden,
yeah, they go to court trying to do the right thing. The court just fucks them. All right, we're going to strip your asylum status, and now there will be some nice agents out there waiting for you. And those agents are getting big fat bonuses for tracking people down. Amy Lynn said, I wish all the MAGA that said, if you curse, you've already lost, could come up after Trump said the F word. That's a fair point. Look, I'm with Trump on that one. Like, they don't know what the fuck they're doing. I kind of agree with Trump today. I guess where we probably disagree is that Trump does know what the fuck he's doing. Look, if Iran and Israel, if he said stop bombing each other and they did, like, yeah, we'd all agree with that. That doesn't mean Trump knows what he's doing either. FOD said, is negotiation talk and tantrum at word no? Oh, that was from earlier. Sorry, I missed those early. On to more this does feel like similar, like some of the same podcast bros we saw that came out, and Stavros, I think he just pronounced it Halkias. It's not the right one. Stavros Halkias is not one of the podcast bros that endorsed Donald Trump, but he like runs in that circle, and he now has come out publicly supporting Zoran. Fuck, I don't have it. Hold on, I have the wrong link. There we go. Pull this up real quick. Sorry, guys. Boom. All right. If you guys don't know Stavros, he's a comedian, very funny comedian. I just watched him do a stand-up special in Canada. He's also on the Netflix show Tires, which is pretty funny. Here's Stavros.
I'm here with my boy Zoran Mamdani, the next mayor of New York City. He is running a campaign that's for the people, make things affordable, free buses, freeze rent. Let's make, if you're a working class person, you can actually live in this incredible city that you helped make great. He's not, here's some other things he's got going for him. Not backed by billionaires, not a disgraced sex pest. Give us some bullet points.
As the next mayor of this city, I'm going to make the most expensive city in the United States affordable for New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs. Savi was saying,
oh no! No! Don't make it more affordable. You fucking communist. How dare you? How dare you make life more affordable for New Yorkers? You son of a bitch.
Freezing the rent for rent-stabilized tenants, making the slowest buses in the country fast and free, deliver universal child care. We can only do this, though, if you come out and vote. Election day is on June 24th, on Tuesday, at 6 a.m. to 9 p.m.
All right, we got that. Davin DaVincione says, Trump keeps winning and you keep whining. Cool comment, man. That was awesome. You did it. That was a cool comment. The attacks on Zoran, like, they're so blatantly Islamophobic that, like, we can't even really, they're just backfiring. Here is Based Bandita, who's just one of these, like, I don't know, one of these obviously fake or paid for accounts on Twitter with the blue check mark. The wolf in sheep's clothing is here, and his name is Zoran Mamdani. He blames Israel for all of the Middle East problems. Same. Supports Sharia law over American law. What? Anytime they start talking about Sharia law, this is just like they're just trying to make you afraid of Muslims. Don't be a bitch. My best advice to all of you, don't be a bitch. If somebody brings up Sharia law, say, shut up, bitch. That's stupid. The mayor of New York can't support Sharia law. The mayor of New York can't, institute Sharia law. Shut up, bitch. That's dumb. That's my, you can write that down if you need to write that down. If somebody comes up and says Zoran supports Sharia law, shut up, bitch. Just say that. It's so stupid. Has only been an American citizen for 7 years. Oh no. Humanity. And believes socialism will save New York. Well, maybe, but he's not doing socialism. So we're clear. I don't know if you guys know this. I don't know if Republicans know this. If you are the mayor, you can't change the economic structure. Okay? We already have a structure. We already have a tax structure, and we have a federal government that is not socialist. And so, could he perhaps put in some programs where the government funds some things, or the government subsidizes some things? Sure. I would ask the Republicans here, why the fuck do you care? If you don't live in New York City, why the fuck do you care? Want the answer? I can tell you what the answer is. Do you want it? It's because you're afraid of socialism. It's a big, scary socialism. And you're afraid of Muslims. So you see a Muslim person that calls himself a democratic socialist, and you've been pre-programmed to be very upset about that. And so you got very upset about that. Will this affect you in any way? No. Are you going to sit in the comments and be up in arms about it? Yeah. This is just programming. And what happened there was like a programmed response, the trigger. And you're like, socialism! And then you get mad. Islam! And then you get mad. Because they've been programmed, like the same way they've been programming this whole country, they've been programming you. I don't know. Just don't be surprised by that. Don't be surprised when you can't explain why you got so upset about that. The real question is, how does a man with no real background or name run such a successful campaign to be leading all New York City candidates? I know. He gets in front of a camera, and when he talks, people are like, I like that. And then he goes out on the street, and he shakes hands with people, and he talks to them, and people go, I like that. And then he goes and debates on national television, and people go, I like that. And then he goes on podcasts, and he says what he believes in, and people go, I like that. That's how. He didn't take any corporate money. You can see his campaign is painfully transparent. Who's paying for this plant? The people. The people of New York. Also probably people outside of New York. I don't know what their campaign limitations are running for mayor in New York. I'm assuming you can take outside money. I mean, Cuomo's taking money from Israel, so I assume if Cuomo can take money from Israel, then Zoran could take outside money. But like, he's not taking super PAC money. He's not taking corporate money. You know exactly where his funding is coming from. You don't have to ask dumb questions. See how this works though? Scare. Who's paying for this? Don't answer the question. Scare the MAGA, because they're programmed. Scare them, give them all the buzzwords, and then ask an ominous question at the end. Who's paying for this plant? The people. People are. Sorry about that, MAGA. That's got to be tough. I think perhaps his best endorsement comes from libs of TikTok. New York City is fucked if they elect Mamdani. As bad as it is now, it's only going to get worse. And then he went to 61%. Like, it got better. It's like libs of TikTok comes out and it's like, you got to vote for Cuomo. That's where we're at now, where libs of TikTok is like openly endorsing corporate Democrats now because they're so afraid. There were stories from Cuomo too. He got caught. They took this picture of Mamdani and they thickened his beard and darkened his skin a little bit for their flyers to try and make him look more Muslim, more radical. That was cool. That didn't help any. Look, if you're a Democrat, like, what do you better be fucking watching this right now. If you're just like a middle of the road AIPAC Democrat, you better watch yourself because you've got problems. The AIPAC money's not that effective now. It used to be. It's not nearly as effective now. Everybody's so tired of being called like anti-Semitic for just saying like, "Hey, don't murder children." They're like, "Yeah, you hate the Jews." I don't think so. Here is Mamdani and Brad Lander. They went on to Stephen Colbert's show. Look at this. Two people running against each other, getting along. A little bit different ideas, too. I mean, Lander isn't a democratic socialist.
To be clear, I am not endorsing either one of you. I'm out of here. In fact, so much so that you guys are going to switch seats.
Sorry, my brother told us this weekend he regrets his vote for Trump. Big win for our family. Yeah, I heard some people this weekend say they regretted their vote for Trump, too. We had a good weekend, Bane.
a little bit later in this interview.
All right.
But you're endorsing each other. How does that work? Why is this, for each of you, question, why is this your number 2 guy?
Well, we both agree, for starters, that corrupt, abusive Andrew Cuomo should not be allowed anywhere near City Hall. And we know that by teaming up, a majority of New Yorkers won't choose him. At the same time, we have a positive vision. You know, when I first met Zoran, he was leading an effort to help taxi drivers.
There's no such thing as radical Islam. It's just Islam. No. What? Of course, there's radical Islam. None of my Muslim friends have committed jihad. So, yeah, there's a difference.
Who were under crushing debt, like several had committed suicide because medallion holders were crushing them with excess debt. So he led a hunger strike, teamed up with people, and designed a $450 million debt relief program.
What a piece of shit. This fucking guy. He went on a hunger strike, tried to help other hungry people. What an unbelievable piece of shit.
And has now built on that with a vision for a city that all New Yorkers can afford, whoever they are. And I find it inspiring. And so I hope folks will rank me number 1 on their ballot and rank Zoran number 2.
Mr. Mamdani.
And I think, you know, Brad has been a principled and progressive leader in this city for years. So many of the laws.
Well, we guys talking about the. Listen, as somebody who comes from a religion, and if you're a Christian in here, like you also come from a religion. If you think that like there are radical Christians who interpret the Bible different than you to commit violence, unless you agree with them, I guess. There are people who read the Bible that are Christians and they get completely different interpretations. If you don't think like that's the same with the Quran, like I don't know what to tell you. Be better, be smarter. It's silly. Like you're exactly who we're talking about. You're exactly the person who just gets scared by Islamophobia. And then think about your life. Like, is it a problem in your life? Are Muslims a problem in your life? Is that religion causing you deep pain? Or are you just being scared into this idea that one day they hate you and you constantly have to hate them and be vigilant, or one day they're going to get you. All right. Maybe don't be a bitch. I feel like that's a good option. I feel like it's a good option for people to wake up and just not be scared all the fucking time. Tell you about Christian violence? All right. How about the people that shot up or blew up the abortion clinic? How about the murders of abortion providers? How about that? How about the Christian violence we dropped on Iran? How about those bombs we're dropping in Iran right now? Is that not Christian violence? It's not. All the people advocating for it sure as shit claim Christianity. Ted Cruz said, like, well, we have to. It's in the Bible. We have to bomb Iran because God said we got to protect Israel. You ever? I don't know if you know very much about history. The Crusades. You remember the Crusades? Anybody remember those? That was just fights between radical Christians, radical Muslims. Remember the Crusades? Virtually every war has been caused by religious extremists. And then in those wars also include, like, there were people not fighting in the wars who were Christian and who were Muslim. So if they were all, wouldn't they have been included in the war? Probably.
That we celebrate in this city are ones that he actually brought to bear. And I'm talking about someone who founded the Progressive Caucus in the city council. And it's exciting to know that while each of us think that we will make the next best mayor of New York City, we also understand that it's time for a politics of the future. And that means a politics of collaboration, a politics of sincerity, a politics of principle. And
I bet they're not going to. Iran wants to kill all Americans and Israelis. Yeah, our Secretary of Defense is on the record. Like, you say this. This is the problem with how easy it is to fucking dupe you into hating people. What you're referring to probably is after Soleimani was killed, there were people in parliament in Iran saying death to America. Now, you can interpret that as they want to kill all Americans. I think that's probably fair. You could interpret it as like they want to ruin America as a nation. That's probably also fair. But like our Secretary of Defense said, kill all Muslims. So what's the difference? Those are extremists. Pete Hegseth is an extremist. Do you say kill all Muslims? Who said that? Do you guys, you conservatives in here, do you say kill all Muslims? Are you applying a standard from a video you saw from an Iranian? Are you applying that to all Iranian people? If so, why are you not applying that to all American people when Pete Hegseth says kill all Muslims? It would be terrific if you guys would be consistent and not so easily worked up into angry feelings. Be better than that. Just a reminder, we are crowdfunded here. We have a gift goal every day. We got to hit that gift goal to keep things going, keep the lights on, and keep Jen from quitting. Jen is on her coffee break right now, so she'll be back in a little bit. We have different options for that. And as a reminder, for those of you who are viewing us on TikTok, I know we're not always on TikTok, but if you would like us to stay on TikTok, it is very helpful for you guys to gift for two reasons. Number one, it helps the TikTok algorithm, but number two, the way TikTok pays is they take a third of the money, they give a third of the money to the content creator, and like a third of the money goes to these organizations, which are basically outsourced customer service for TikTok. And we finally have a really, really good agent on TikTok who is able to get our bans overturned when they're silly. And he's been doing a great job. And the only way he makes money for doing his job is by splitting the gifts that we get with TikTok and Jen and I. So please, if you want us to remain on TikTok, make sure that you're also gifting. Take care of our guy C-Note. And if you're a content creator on TikTok right now, I don't know if C-Note's here, but look for C-Note. He can. I'll give him an endorsement. I never thought that anybody could keep this show alive on TikTok. We get banned every day. So the fact that we're here should tell you how good C-Note is at his job. And then, of course, we have merchandise in our bio. And I'm also on Cameo, which is a fun thing to do. Back to the show. We're almost done with the mayor stuff, and then we'll get more into it. I did want to show, again, to Theo Vaughn. He gets a lot of criticism that I think is entirely unfair. And I think that my criticism from the left currently is that when you see somebody like Theo Vaughn, like who obviously was, I mean, he interviewed Bernie, but he brought on Trump. He didn't ask a great deal of like difficult questions. He's had JD Vance on a couple of times. The criticism from the left, I think, often on Theo Vaughn is like he just lets these people get away with saying whatever they want. I don't think he knows, and it's not like he has a research team. What I will say, though, is Theo Vaughn keeps having these interviews, and he keeps listening. And the more he listens, the more he recognizes that some of the stuff he supported, some of the people he supported aren't doing the right thing. Here he is with Republican persona non grata Thomas Massie, who I just find myself every day going, yeah, I guess I like Thomas Massie. I guess Thomas Massie is principled. Thomas Massie is principled. We have different principles, but he is principled. Whatever you want to say about Thomas Massie, this dude sticks to his guns. Even if my principles and his are different, I can respect that.
That really.
That's what I'm talking about, though, Jeff. Theo's a clown. Does anybody take him seriously? Yes. Millions of people tune in and watch his podcast. Millions. And he can get guests that I can't get. He can get guests that like most people can't get. So we kind of need it. They're not going to come on other shows. They're not just going to go get grilled. I think Theo Vaughn's doing great work here. He might not know all the questions to ask, but he does ask important questions. Millions of people watch Theo Vaughn, though. And so when I see Theo Vaughn asking good questions, clearly doing his homework, I've seen his podcast before. He doesn't usually have like a notebook. He clearly is just learning this stuff, but he's doing it. I applaud this type of stuff.
Against a machine.
Yeah, basically, like you know how you said you want hands on a wheel?
Yeah.
If now a state wants to.
Fuck, I thought this was the Thomas Massie one. I'm sorry. This is the Ro Khanna clip. I'm sorry. I have a Thomas Massie clip too. Sorry. The part of the movie where like I remember seeing iRobot. Is that what it was? Will Smith? I think that's what it's called. I remember seeing iRobot, and this is the part of the movie like where Will Smith was like, I warned you motherfuckers. They're putting a bill like in the big beautiful bill. They're basically saying just let AI do what it's gonna do. I don't know if I share like everybody's fear of AI. If we're being honest, I don't think AI is the future in the same way that many people think AI is the future. I think that AI is a bit of like a bubble right now. I think it's similar to the dot-com bubble. I think it's similar to the tech bubble. And it's always these people. It's always the same people that are involved. They just move bubble to bubble to bubble. And they accelerate the valuation of a company, even when these companies are receiving no revenue, they're pre-revenue, or they've been around for a while and they're still not making money. But for some reason, the valuation is in the billions. And they do it through public opinion. They do it through public policy. And this is a way to allow them to prop up these AI companies. Everything's AI now. Like everybody you see is like, oh, we're doing AI now. It's the buzzword. And so it's completely overvalued right now. And they just put it into the bill. They just put it. You can't restrict any of this for 10 years. All of these tech VCs, the Peter Thiels, the Elon Musk, the Mark Andreessens, the what's that, Joe Lonsdale, they all are in a really fucking bad position right now. And I don't think we talk about that enough in America right now. But they are all sitting on completely overvalued and sometimes completely garbage tech companies that make no money, that bleed millions of dollars, but still have a massive valuation based on potential and public perception, and they need to get out. They need to get out before a collapse is coming. You're seeing like the Lakers are being sold. All these sports franchises are being sold at like record rates. This is the end. This is the end of that bubble. This is people who realize that they are leveraged and they need to get out. And so that I believe honestly that's like whatever AI is going to be. I don't know that I can predict that. I don't know that I have enough expertise or knowledge to predict like where AI will land, like how big of a role it's going to play in our society. But I do know that I'm seeing it's the same players. It's the same people from the .com. It's the same people from the financial crash. It's the same people in crypto. It's the same people in tech VC. And it's the same people in AI. And they keep exiting. And they keep exiting with a lot of money and then moving on to the next thing and building it up and building these companies with no revenue and then exiting, and then those companies crash. It is a completely fraudulent economy that we live in. For everybody who just like 10 minutes ago was like, socialism doesn't work, socialism's bad. We live in the most rigged economy probably in the world. It is entirely rigged by the wealthiest among us. And the only reason you get any money at all is because they recognize that like people need money to survive. And now we're even seeing like they're justifying, oh, maybe they need a little bit less money to survive. Maybe they need a little bit less money. So wages don't rise. We start cutting benefits. We start doing a bunch of stock buybacks. We start paying our executives instead. And wages compared to income for the 1%, like relatively stagnant. 1% is skyrocketing. It's the most fraudulent economy probably in the world. And we hide behind like an American flag and patriotism and free market capitalism. We haven't had free market capitalism in decades. Really ever. Like outside of the founding fathers when we were just like starting markets. But it's been completely bastardized for decades.
Have economic security, and then there's the dystopian AI vision.
Yeah, no, Sour, see, I agree with that. AI's for real. It's going to be around. I just don't know what it's going to be. Like, I don't know how pervasive it's going to be, and it might be more than I think. But I think we agree. We're in a bubble, and there's going to be a lot of wealth that disappears. And the people with the most money seem to know that that's coming, and they're getting out of their tech VC, and they'll do the same thing with AI. But they just basically are buying themselves through Congress a 10-year window. I'm going to cut that clip. Now the Thomas Massey clip. And this is Thomas Massey explaining how fucked up like Congress is and how rigged this entire game is. And how people in Congress are able to still claim that they have morals and still claim they stand for things, and that sometimes they just have to vote for bills that are imperfect. I don't know how possible it would be to have every bill come to the floor and have it be like a single issue bill. I don't know how possible that is. My guess is it would lead to a logjam, but maybe we cut it to like a bill can only have 5 issues in it, or 5 spending issues in it, or 10, not like 3,000. But here's Thomas Massey explaining, who has for years said like it should be a single issue at a time. Here's him explaining through his experience how this is so rigged in Congress.
This would be 50% of solving the problem. if it's not a silver bullet, but it's a lot of it. Get rid of the giant bills. Okay. The omnibus bills, the continuing resolutions, and even the big, beautiful bill. Why not put that shit on the floor one at a time?
I agree.
And then that way, you can go to your representative or your senators and say, why did you vote for that? Right now, they can say, well, Theo, I had to vote for it. I had a pay raise for soldiers, right? They literally will put a pay raise for soldiers in every freaking bill, giant bill, so that if you vote against it, you have to go back home and watch TV ads that say he voted against a pay raise for the soldiers.
Right. Even though he may have voted for 90 other amazing things on the bill, right?
Right.
And that was the one that was.
I think this is where you can find some common ground with Republicans. Republicans, you don't like that stuff that they sent to USAID, and obviously this is a Republican. This is what I would call a good Republican, right? A principled person who I disagree with, but they have principles, so you can negotiate in good faith with them. I think you guys would agree with this. USAID, you hated a lot of the stuff in there. It gets piled together in one bill. This is a good idea. I don't know how reasonable like one issue at a time is, but 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. All of those would be better than what we currently have.
One thing that was tied in there that if you went this way,
yeah,
it may have been like oxygen for grandmothers, right?
Literally, there probably is that in there.
But if you vote for oxygen for grandmothers, then they're not going to give. So I see what you're saying.
I voted against oxygen for grandmothers so many times they can't even run that ad anymore. It doesn't even seem real.
So, but take me through this moment so I don't stray from it, so people can be so I can understand it. So. Like, give me two examples of things that would be on an omnibus bill that would be that there's no way for a voter to win, that there's no way for a representative to vote and win on.
Okay. Well, the easiest, let me just take something topical, the big, beautiful bill. Inside of that big, beautiful bill is a provision for artificial intelligence corporations that says no
10 years.
Yeah, 10 years. For 10 years, no state or locality can regulate them. And then it talks about zoning and routing, which if some of your listeners may have seen this, like locally, some big corporation wants to put a data center in your backyard. Well, that's what Congress is trying to do. They're trying to say that these corporations can override local zoning laws, that the local zoning board should take a back seat and let this big information center show up in your backyard that uses all kinds of water and all kinds of power. And
this happened in Memphis. Like, this has already happened locally, but in Memphis, you can watch this. More Perfect Union has like a 30-minute video on this, but XAI put in a, I guess, what do you even call it? Like a server? Is it servers? Is that what you need to generate? Or you need a lot of power, but I think it's like a server center, a data center. Anyways, they put it in Memphis, and they were zoned for something like 12 turbines, and they started flying drones over the top, and they found that they had like 27 turbines. That number might be a little off. And so they were like, hey, they're zoned for 12. This is putting out pollution. And the reason they're zoned for 12 is because of pollution. And so they go to XAI and they're like, oh, no, these are just reserved. Like, we're actually not using them. There's just 27 there in case one breaks down. They're reserved. Which like, according to the research I've seen, like, that's a bizarre thing to do. They're so expensive. And it's not like they go down that often. That, like, maybe having 1 or 2 in reserve is smart, but what's that? 14 in reserve is overkill. And so then they took the drones, but they took drones that get the like heat readings, like a heat map, and they saw that something like 21 of them were operating. So they were just lying. And they had to come back to XAI, and then XAI was like, "We'll fix it." And then they said, "Well, we fixed it," and then it was 16. And so they need insane amounts of power. They need to generate insane amounts of electricity. I think the number is 40%, somewhere right around 40%, that the XAI data center takes up as much energy as 40% of the city of Memphis as a whole. One data center uses up 40% of what Memphis, the city, uses as a whole. And they're going to put these everywhere, and they're going to force them into people's backyards. And they're going to say, no, cities, you don't get to write like legislation banning them. People with chronic respiratory diseases in Memphis, like the respiratory disease hospitalization rate is skyrocketing. People are getting sick in Memphis, all over Memphis. And of course, where do they put it? They put it near poor neighborhoods. So disproportionately, that's going to affect poor people, and it is disproportionately affecting poor people. Why? Because if you put that in rich people's neighborhoods, they probably know a lobbyist, and then they would turn against it. But if you put it in a poor person's neighborhood, most people are like, fuck it, it was dirty anyways.
Puts out all kinds of RF and has,
oh yeah, your fucking cousin's gonna be walking down the street just fucking, just fucking screaming out.
Tony said, I'm tired, boss. That's all right, Tony. We got you. Bad Religion said, you need to watch Mountainhead on HBO. It's about AI tech bros using fake events to coup different countries. Oh, let me write that down real quick. I'm going to forget that. And Brianna said, shit's on fire, but at least Harvey Weinstein's dick is melting off from gangrene. Is that real? Does he have gangrene on his dick? I haven't heard that story.
Amazon orders, it's going to be the shit that's going to start happening is going to be crazy. You're literally going to be driving down the road with your windows open and an old gust of 5G remnants from Blockbuster emails that never got uploaded are just going to pass through your fucking vehicle. Shit's going to get insane. You're going to have babies that are born with advertisements like birthmarks that show up. This is a set of twins with Nike logos on them. What is happening, man?
So that's in the big beautiful bill, okay, and you can know that's evil, you can know that's bad, and Trump never campaigned on that. But also in that bill is to enforce our borders, okay, to finish the wall.
Right.
So if you're a Republican and you vote for that bill, okay, you supported enforcing the border, but you also let AI basically.
That's a good question, Yvonne. Why don't these data storage centers use renewable energy? Because we don't have that much access to it. Like, we don't invest in it. It's much easier for them to get. I don't know what they. I mean, oil. I'm assuming some natural gas, and maybe some of those. Maybe Memphis has some solar in their power grid. I don't know, but mostly because we just aren't that developed with renewable energy.
Take over your local and state governments, okay, and then if you vote against it, well, then you're against the AI provision. But oh my gosh, you're for open borders. You know. You don't want to support the military. There was $100 billion in there for the military. Yeah. There was, you want to tax seniors. There was a tax cut for seniors. There was an extension of the tax cuts from 2017.
Madeline, I covered that story on Thursday. You can go back to Thursday's live. I actually already covered that story. I appreciate you dropping that.
I voted for the 2017 tax cuts, but I voted against this 2025 bill because it's got a lot of crap in there that doesn't belong, and it's going to balloon our deficit.
Right.
So you can't win for losing. And so I don't blame a lot.
Renewable energy isn't reliable. Tell that to China. They're doing great with renewable energy. Tell that to them.
A lot of my colleagues, like they come to Congress, they have the best intentions, and you get there and you're like, oh my gosh, this whole game is rigged.
As a reminder, if you're a Republican here and you disagree with me, we allow guests every day. So if you want to come up and correct something that I had to say, if you look at the username there with the V next to it above me in that that corner, that's also Jen's Discord username. And you can add her on Discord. We can actually bring you onto the show. We can play your audio live. So you don't have to stay in the comments. I know some of you are going to, but you don't have to stay in the comments. This isn't on the outline, Jen. I'll try and add these later, but I found it right. I had forgotten about this. I watched it when I was flying, and then I didn't add it to the outline. But in Boise, which is a beautiful city full of many beautiful Boisans, they held a festival. Let me tell you about this festival. Where's the intro of it? Here it is.
Awesome this month last year.
Oops. It's called the Hetero Awesome Fest, which is
Heterosexual
about
awesome
the most hetero name you could come up with. It's a pretty stupid name. But during Pride Month, a bunch of people, including many who are probably just mostly upset that they haven't seen their dicks in years, they decided to do a Pride Fest for heterosexual people. Here is their announcement in Boise.
A 2-day event by Old State Saloon, the same Eagle Bar that launched Heterosexual Awesome this month last year.
I started thinking, what could we do at Old State Saloon that would be an alternative or something that would be, celebrating God's design for sexuality?
Well, the saloon is introducing something.
By the way, his shirt says beer for breeders. He's kind of covering it, but he opens it. I had to freeze. I had to stop it. His shirt says "Beer for Breeders." That's the shirt that he wears to work every day.
New this year, a hetero awesome festival at Cecil D. Andrews Park in downtown Boise. Saloon owner Mark Fitzpatrick describes the event as a family values festival.
This is something that a lot of people around the country have kind of said, we love what you're doing because things have just gotten so far and enough is enough.
Instead of
dude, gay people are openly gay. Gotta put a stop to that shit.
a drag show, the fest will feature a swag show, booths, and activities. Meanwhile, Boise's only LGBTQ nightclub, The Balcony, is hosting a What About Straight Pride show, poking fun at events like Hetero Awesome Fest.
We realize that there's been a lot of outcry, especially around Pride last year, where
look at the drag queens being inclusive here. They're gonna okay, we'll join your Hetero Awesome Fest.
People were claiming, when's Straight Pride Month? When's this? When's that? And we thought it would be fun to put on an event and call it What About Straight Pride?
Local drag queen Aunt Tifa says the show also plays a comedic way to spark conversation.
All right, let me show you some clips though from Hetero Fest, because it is unbelievable. I was concerned because it was so successful that it makes me nervous about the future of this country. Let me show you some of these crowds at Hetero Fest. You're going to think this is like a Vietnam War protest. It is unbelievable how many people showed up to Hetero Fest here. Look at this. I mean, there must be dozens of people there. Look at this. Crowds dancing. Is this what would Travis? Is this Travis Scott? Is this a Travis Scott concert? Look at, oh shit. God damn it, I can't do it. Look at this, look at the amount of people out here dancing. Son of a bitch. I'm so bad at computers. I need somebody else to run this. Look at, here we go. We're doing the electric slide to a different song. I've never heard this song in my life, but look at the main stage here. Yeah. Nearly 6 people were dancing there. Let's get back to my bookmarks here. Where was this? Then this guy, they fucked up. So then they bring this guy up. I'm trying to remember his name. I have it. I have his name here. I'll get it after. He is a local artist in Boise, and I'm gonna fast forward to him starting. He is a former service member, and he put on his beret, and then he brought up a special jacket in a bag that somebody delivered to him right before he went live.
Just for this performance.
Sorry, showed a little skin. Should have been trigger warning there. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's not a very hetero jacket. They didn't do their research. We're in trouble now.
This first song is called Boy.
I just want you to listen to the lyrics.
They put him in dresses to keep him in line. They say it's a phase and it's all in his mind. They put him in ballet, he wants to play ball. What matters to him doesn't matter at all. The boy that everyone thought was a girl. The boy that everyone thought was a girl. Afraid the world might come unfold. The boy that everyone thought was a girl. 2, 3, 4. They grew out his hair, but he wanted it short. Put him in a skirt, now he's all out of sorts. It's not just aesthetics, it's
All right, it cuts off there, but you can see like actually this is how it winds up ending here. It took them a full 2 minutes to figure out that he wasn't singing about hetero, the hetero folks. And here's how it ends.
This kid has got no chance. Must stop the woke advance. Let teacher take a glance. What's in your underpants? Elephants taking pride in tranny suicide. When all the books are fried, we'll see how many died. Afraid of the news on his parents' TV. At church
they cut it off, but unfortunately we have video of actually what happened. Now this was confusing because both of these protesters were at HeteroFest. One guy I don't think was listening to the lyrics. As you'll see, a fight ensues, but from two hetero pride folks, one who obviously heard the lyrics and the other who did not hear the lyrics, so they just fight anyways.
How many died? Afraid of the news on his parents' TV. At church they condemned him and called him a she. We love you!
Whoa, 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 whoa! That's half the attendees. We can't kick out half the attendees.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
And he's just still going. He said, "Fuck it, I'll go a cappella."
Everyone thought was a girl. We love you.
Unbelievable. Here's his Instagram, just so you guys can see it. It's those that are asking. His name is Dan Ham. It's danham.productions. You can follow, not big, 1,100. I can only assume that they saw his Instagram and didn't know. There's like, it's a local artist. We'll bring him up. But this is the hero of the HeteroFest, Daniel Hamrick, Dan Ham Productions. There you go. Anyways, fucking unbelievable. The cool thing about trolling Republicans is they're all fucking idiots. And so it's pretty easy. Like, not all Republicans. I take that back. Anybody running HeteroFest is a fucking idiot. And so it's going to be easy to troll them. Just top tier trolling right there. And proud of that guy. And fuck HeteroFest. Happy Pride, everybody. It's good to have you here. Skip that. I'm not going to play it because I think that we'll get copyright striked. But there is a HBO documentary called "Surviving Ohio State" that specifically calls out Jim Jordan, and I'm just going to say it's on HBO. Go watch it; it's incredible. But I'm afraid to play any clips because HBO is really, really careful about that stuff, and we already had some videos taken down last week. I'm going to go to. Yeah, here's what I want to do. Last what was it? I think this was on Saturday, maybe Sunday. Donald Trump put out a series of 2 tweets during the escalation of violence in Iran. After we bomb Iran, Trump sends out this tweet or truth that says, "Everyone keep oil prices down. I'm watching. You're playing right into the hands of the enemy. Don't do it." Of course, like speculating that they're going to raise oil prices because another war is coming. Then he says to the Department of Energy, "Drill, baby, drill." And I mean now. I saw a lot of people have like a opinion on this. I saw a lot of people have say that this was Donald Trump like threatening oil companies, that this was Donald Trump panicking, that this was Donald Trump threatening people so they didn't raise oil prices. It could have been that. But I think there's even more than that. And specifically, it was this second truth that got me thinking. I thought it was interesting that he truthed to the Department of Energy, "Drill, baby, drill," and I mean now. Because obviously, like that's not going to fix oil prices right now. That's going to fix oil prices in the future. But that one, it made me think like, is he thinking of a protracted war? Like, is he thinking for an elongated war? Like, what are we talking about here? Why are we talking about future oil drilling if this was just like a targeted strike that was going to end now? Maybe he's thinking about war, or maybe he's thinking about the big, beautiful bill. And I want to talk about the big, beautiful bill. In the big, beautiful bill, there is a provision sponsored by Mike Lee to sell federal land. and sell federal land to private companies, mining companies, oil companies. And for those of you that live on the East Coast or west or east of Colorado, this is the difference between what it's like over here and over there. The red is federal land. Where I grew up in Utah, if you can see my mouse here, in like the southeastern corner of Utah, there are incredible monuments. You have Arches National Park. Around here, you have Zion National Park. You have Bryce Canyon National Park. You have Monument Valley. You have the Escalante Grand Staircase. You have incredible, beautiful parts of nature. Including, on top of that, this land is often leased out to farmers. You have tons of farmland. You have land that people use for recreation, reservoirs, hunting, fishing. Those are huge, obviously, in Utah. Same with northern Arizona. If we were able to sell off all of this land, it would generate about $50 billion, which is virtually nothing when it comes to our spending. They're positioning this as like, we need to pay our bills, so we need to sell off this land. It's not. It's a gift. It's a gift to mining companies. It's a gift to oil companies. And frankly, it's just the federal government one more time telling you, we don't fucking care about you. We are going to sell your land to the highest bidder. Fuck you. Like, they get the resources. They get to profit off the resources. We're not going to profit off the resources. And by the way, these people that are going to drill for oil and minerals, we're also going to cut their taxes, and we're going to give them massive subsidies, and we're going to give them a massive corporate tax break. So we're going to sell this land to them, which will benefit us almost nothing. And then we're going to lower their taxes, so we benefit almost nothing as well. This is the oligarchy shit we've been talking about. Who can afford to buy that land? Not us, not you. Nobody here can afford to buy that land. You can be worth 20, 30, 40, 50 million dollars. You can't afford to buy that land. Who can afford to buy that land? Oil companies, mining companies, tech billionaires, people who have a stated goal to have an oligarchy, to have their own private cities. I think this has a lot more to do with that. And I think that if you're going to be conspiratorial, I think it's fair to say that maybe, just maybe, they will use their attacks on Iran to justify selling land here in America. At the same time, they distract you from the fact that they are currently just leveling Palestine with the stated goal to then sell off Palestine, where Trump is going to get a big chunk of that money. The Qataris are going to get a chunk of that money. Saudis are going to get a chunk of that money. Egypt's going to probably get a chunk of that money. It's going to become private investment. Meanwhile, we go after Iran. And if that war goes how Israel wants, maybe Israel will get access to their oil. Maybe America will get access to that oil. When we say like conflicts are money, they're always driven by the dollar. And I live over here in the West, where there is open land everywhere, and it's beautiful. And this is why I think that Zoran in New York is doing so well. Like, people are kind of fucking sick of capitalism. They're really fucking sick of it. It ruins everything. I'm telling you, everything you hate is capitalism. Every part of your life that you don't like is capitalism. You don't like that you don't like your job, it doesn't pay enough, that's capitalism. You don't like your schools, you don't like the school teachers don't get paid enough, that's capitalism. You don't like that it takes 6 hours to watch an NFL game, 5 hours to watch an NFL game, capitalism. You don't like that athletes can't be themselves anymore, and they're too buttoned up, and they're too worried about offending people, capitalism. Losing sponsors. Legitimately, everything you hate in life, the things that you complain about the most, are caused by unchecked capitalism. And the only reason we're still really doing this unchecked capitalism, trickle-down economics, is because you are more driven by fear than you are reality. So they tell you, yeah, things are bad, but imagine how much worse it would be if we implemented elements of socialism. Imagine how bad it would be if we had democratic socialism. Sweden's doing all right. Iceland's doing all right. Mexico seems to be getting a lot better. Yeah, imagine. You know, the only one of you that would life would get worse for is like the billionaires. And again, you're not here. You want to make more money at your job? Let's regulate capitalism. You want to start your own business? Let's regulate capitalism. You want to have a business like a family business that you can hand down to your family? Let's regulate capitalism. Everything that is fucked is capitalism, and now they're taking something that is near and dear to me and the limited beauty that there is in the West. A lot of this stuff is desert, okay? But this red up here in Idaho, that's the panhandle of Idaho. It's one of the most beautiful people in the world. You get up here into the northwest corner of Montana, where Libby and Troy, you have some of the most beautiful rivers and lakes and wildlife. Over here in Nevada, up near Lake Tahoe, Truckee, California, beautiful. Like, fine, I guess go ahead. You can have Palm Springs. You can have this stretch of desert between Arizona and California down in here. You can have Palm Springs if you want. You can have this middle part of Nevada if you want. But do we really have to sell everything? Does everything have to be for sale? And what benefit will you receive from this? None. You're never going to get any benefit from any of this. But oil companies will. Will it drive the price of oil down? No, because every time we drill more oil still gets more expensive. It's not going to make gas cheaper. It's not going to make your energy at your house cheaper. They're just going to keep, they're going to have to invest money. So they're going to take the investment that they made and they're going to charge you more to pay for their investment because they can't lose money, right? They can't have losses. These investments can't cost them anything. They have to keep their stock price high. It's honestly it's devastating to the idea that America could once again have some sort of culture. It's just like go to work, make money, sell everything. For fuck's sakes, Donald Trump just held a parade for the military and it had goddamn sponsors. You don't think that cheapened it? For those of you who liked that parade, I didn't give a fuck about that parade. I don't give a fuck about any parade, if we're being honest. You don't think that ruined it? You don't think that while the military was marching down the street and they were telling the story of World War II, that it cut in and goes, this segment sponsored by Palantir. Thanks, Palantir. You don't think that made it cheesy? You don't think that cheapened it? Of course it did. That's capitalism. It ruins everything. What's up, Jen?
Good. I think the parade itself made it cheesy. And, I mean, the squeaky tanks, all that kind of stuff. I think that's what might have been the first thing that
you were in
off.
You were in 4v1 and some Republicans yesterday.
Yeah, I was invited.
Yeah.
So if anyone hasn't experienced Bronco, the one that likes to go into Good Troubles Live and scream, I got to challenge him. That was fun.
I liked him.
Did you?
Yeah, I enjoyed that stream. I don't know who that Chico guy was. He's an incredible troll. He's so good at trolling.
Yeah. I think he wasn't. When I kind of started trolling back, I don't think he was expecting that, so that was fun. But yeah, whatever. So how is everything?
No.
What? I haven't talked to you in a while, so I just thought I would check in.
You don't want to talk to me. You never text me. You never call me. You never send me nice
so
messages.
Full of shit.
You never. It's never about my life. It's just always about work. This is fucking capitalism. It's exactly what I talked about.
I mean, I can start if you want. I mean, you won't like it, but I can.
Yeah, please don't. Please don't.
I mean, we both know that's not how you want things to go.
That's true.
Anyways, so we've got looks like we've got what 2 hours 10 minutes left of the show, and guys, I'm have to be honest, I'm a little disappointed. This gift number is a little behind.
I've got to let me read some of these real quick that I missed. I'm sorry, guys. I'm not in a good flow. Bad Religion said you still watch. Oh yeah, still need to watch Mountainhead. I read that. Amy Lynn said Texas gas has the most renewable energy. Texas sucks at almost everything, so I'm assuming that's why they believe it doesn't work. Amy said now show Boise no Kings protests. Crowds were huge. Yeah, massive. Their pride. I think they said their pride celebration drew 75,000 people compared to the 11 at the hetero one. No seasoning detected from Cowboy Carter. Like I said, if the right put all that anti-gay energy into something productive, we could build a USS Enterprise. Beautiful. All right, go ahead, Jen.
Oh, okay. But yeah, so like I was mentioning, we're crowdfunded. We do this each day, Monday through Friday, from 9:30 to 1 Pacific time. Unless Jenny likes to throw a wrench in everything and tell me the last minute that something urgent came up and we weren't able to do the show yesterday. But other than that, Monday through Friday from 9:30 to 1. So we're crowdfunded. Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Super Chats all go towards knocking out that gift goal. I thought about something earlier. In the TikTok chat, do you guys like any specific gifts like that you guys like the best? Is there any good ones that we can use that would maybe make things fun to look at for Jay? If you have any gift recommendations, so I'll change the gift goal to whatever could be fun if you guys have any ideas to change for that. But so yeah, so like I mentioned, we're crowdfunded to keep the lights on. We need your guys' support. So if you guys could help us out, knock out that gift goal, that would be fantastic. If you haven't subscribed to us, please do so. On all the platforms, you can subscribe on Amazon. On Twitch, you can use your Amazon Prime sub and use Jeff Bezos' money, and you don't have to use your own. Also, if you've used that Prime sub before, you have to renew it each month because it doesn't automatically renew. So you might want to double check if you've done that before. On YouTube, we have free subscriptions, so you can recognize. You could support that way, but we also have 4 different memberships. If you guys disagree with RTB and you'd like to come on and talk to him and fact check him, own this lib, how you can do that is you look at that Venmo. It's the same as my Discord username. You can DM me on Discord and I can bring you up to talk in real time. So it's Jen with 2 N's, Deb with 2 B's, the number 1. And also check out our link tree. We're on most social media platforms. We are on Spotify, and Jay can do some cameos. So if you want to do any of that, that could be fun. So I completely misunderstood Pride Month.
Oh no! Oh no!
Does anyone want to buy 15 lions?
Thanks, Chad. I don't know who that was in the chat that was saying gifts or capitalism. Capitalism means that there's like private control of the means of production. Money isn't capitalism. So cool. I don't think I think maybe that's the problem we have with capitalism and socialism is that the people who rail against socialism not only don't know what socialism is, but also don't know what capitalism is. Oh, if you're getting money, that's capitalism. When I get money, that's capitalism. I don't know if you know this, but like in democratic socialist countries like Sweden, they get paid and people own businesses and they sell shit. Right? Like, so obviously, and I'm not even advocating for socialism. I like a mixed economy. I understand that there's a lot of people who like capitalism. I just think it should be regulated so that the wealth doesn't fall into the hands of like a handful of people. You're out of your fucking mind if you think that just like capitalism is going to fix itself and that suddenly like if we lower taxes and get rid of regulations, suddenly all of these billionaires will distribute the money equally. It's the government's fault that they're not paying me more. Let's see. Skip that. One more thing. And then we'll get to ICE and we'll get to Iran. This is just an article I found from 2019 from it's from New York Times. This is Jim Tankersley, Peter Eavis, and Ben Castleman, and they were reviewing like 2 years later the Trump tax cuts. And I just want to point out like this is exactly what we're doing again now. And for all the Republicans who say that these Trump tax cuts were beneficial to the United States of America, to the middle class, to the poor, they weren't. His tax cuts accelerated our debt, and they did not. They might have raised like they say like it raised profits. It does raise profits, but raising profits, if those profits are mostly by giant corporations, it doesn't raise wages for everybody. In fact, it leaves a lot of people behind. In the 2017 fiscal year, FedEx owed more than $1.5 billion in taxes. The next year, after the Trump tax cuts, it owed nothing. $0. What changed was the Trump administration's tax cut for which the company had lobbied hard. The public face of its lobbying effort, which included a tax proposal of its own, was FedEx's founder and chief executive Frederick Smith, who repeatedly took to the airwaves to champion the power of tax cuts. If you make the United States a better place to invest, there's no question in my mind that we would see a renaissance of capital investment, he said on a 2017 radio show hosted by Larry Kudlow, who is out there running interference on this again. It's the same thing. Who the fuck do you think Howard Lutnick is? Like, who the fuck do you think Scott Besson is? Who the fuck do you think Mr. Wonderful is? These are people who get on TV, who have a lot of money, and they're like, there's no doubt in my mind that this time when we do a tax cut, it's actually going to work. And then it doesn't work. And then the next time they just trot out some more billionaires again. Guys, trust us. Trust us, this will work. 4 months later, Trump signed into law the $1.5 trillion tax cut that became his signature legislative achievement. FedEx reaped big savings, bringing its effective tax rate from 34% in fiscal year 2017 to less than 0, meaning the government technically owed it money. Trump cut taxes for FedEx and then owed FedEx money. But it did not increase investment in new equipment and other assets in the fiscal year that followed. Nearly 2 years later, after the tax law passed, the windfall to corporations like FedEx is becoming clear. A New York Times analysis of data compiled by Capital IQ shows no statistically meaningful relationship between the size of the tax cut that companies and industries received and the investments they made. If anything, the companies that received the biggest tax cuts increased their capital investment by less on average than companies that got smaller tax cuts. FedEx financial showings show that the law has so far saved it at least $1.6 billion. Its financial filings show it owed no taxes in the 2018 fiscal year. Company officials say FedEx paid $2 billion in total federal income taxes over the past 10 years. Now, this, I understand to Republicans like, oh, good, they saved money. So that means they can pay their employees more, right? That means that they'll invest in other expenditures. That means that they'll expand. This is great for capitalism. This is going to help anybody, except for it doesn't, and it never does. As for capital investments, the company spent less in the 2018 fiscal year than it had projected previous to the tax cuts in December 2017. It spent even less in 2019. So they got all this money and they spent less on infrastructure. They spent less on capital investment than the 2 years prior. What did they do with that money instead? FedEx invested billions in capital items eligible for accelerated depreciation and made large contributions to our employee pension plans. Now, the employee pension plan was not nearly as much as they spent on other items. These factors have temporarily lowered our federal income tax, which was the law's intention to help grow GDP, create jobs, and increase wages. Now, notice that they didn't say what items were eligible for accelerated depreciation. Notice they didn't. The only thing specifically they said is we gave our employees a better pension. They didn't say what they spent the rest of the money on, so they dug a little more. FedEx use of its tax savings is representative of corporate America. Companies have already saved upward of $100 billion more on their taxes than analysts predicted when the law was passed. An extra $100 billion that they said we were not going to lose in revenue, we lost. Companies that make up the S&P 500 index had an average effective tax rate of 18% in 2018, down from 25.9% in 2016. More than 200 of those companies saw their effective tax rates fall by 10 points or more. Nearly 3 dozen, including FedEx, saw their tax rates fall to 0 or reported that tax authorities owed them money. The law cut the corporate tax rate from 21% to 21% from 35% and allowed companies to deduct the full cost of new equipment investments in the year that they make them. So what did they do? After they're given you can use new purchases to cut your tax liability. In the let's get down here. Oh, it was up here. Those cuts stimulated the American economy in 2018, helping to push economic growth to 2.5% for the year and fueling a boost in hiring. Business investment rose at 8.8% in the first quarter in 2018 and was nearly as strong in the second quarter. And that's where the Trump people leave it. They just tell you 2018, and everything after that was COVID. COVID started after the second quarter of 2018. But then the impact dwindled. In the summer, the economy grew at 1.9%, down from 2.8%. And business investment fell another 3%, including a 15.3% plunge in spending on factories and offices. Over the spring, companies spent less on new investments after adjusting for inflation than they had in the winter. Overall, business investment during Trump's tenure has now grown more slowly since the tax cuts were passed than before. It slowed business growth. If you look here, corporations got big savings under the 2017 tax law, but they have reinvested relatively little of that money in capital spending. So this is the median change in percentage for S&P companies from 2016 to 2018. So their effective tax rate on communication services is down 15%, but they only increased capital spending by 6%. Utility companies saw their rates slashed by 14%, and they were down 1% in capital investment. Consumer discretionary spend companies down 12%, only increased capital spending by 4%. 11% in consumer staples, increased in capital spending growth. This is the only one where one of the few where we saw a big change. Financials, they saved 9%, increased by 0%. Industrials, -8. They're basically net even on their investment. You can see that this doesn't always work. In fact, what FedEx did is FedEx went out, and we'll end it there. Here it is. FedEx spent $10 million on lobbying in 2017, and then they went out and they spent billions of dollars, I think like $25 billion on new airplanes. Not only cargo airplanes, but private airplanes. Then they went and they did a bunch of stock buybacks. Then they went and they gave a bunch of their executives bonuses. Tax cuts don't work if you don't decrease spending. We've done this. The two biggest reasons that we have a massive national debt stem from the Bush tax cuts and the Trump tax cuts. They make up 52% of our debt. The revenue we lost out for and the gap between the revenue we bring in and the money we spend escalates every time we cut taxes. Why? Because it's not coupled with spending cuts. And we're about to do it again. I am begging any Republican today to come up here and explain to me how cutting taxes is going to benefit you or America as a whole. I dare you. It's not going to work. It never works. Let me check some comments real quick. Jen sent me a bunch. Pink said, pro tip, if you listen to Jay's Spotify while you sleep, he may just show up in your dreams. Sorry about that. Wayne said 102 in NC, North Carolina today. Chapo would be impressed. God damn. Tim, thank you for joining the Dollar Train. Chrissy said, we're experiencing the inevitable end result of capitalism, more for a few and nothing for everyone else. Carol says, thanks for all the education. Dominic says, you have nice lips. What skin conditioner do you use? Like for my face? I don't know. I have a face lotion. I don't know what that means. Tony said, we can gift Jay these nuts. Thank you, Tony. Jen said, because Tap said not to, but also capitalism and W, Jen. And this one. Oh, I missed Brianna's earlier. If you were a dinosaur, you'd be a gorgeosaurus. All right, let's talk about Iran. Let's talk about you Republicans. I don't know. What are we going to talk about yesterday, Republicans? Are we going to talk about how Trump went on social media and said, we have a ceasefire? Then all your favorite content creators started saying he should get the Nobel Peace Prize. And then we don't have a ceasefire. Are we going to talk about that? Are we going to talk about how all it takes for you guys to think something is real is for Trump to tweet it? Like, you could, at the same time he tweeted that, you could go and you could see, obviously there's no ceasefire. And he's like, oh, it'll be in 6 hours. And then after 6 hours, there were still like bombs. Are we going to talk about that? I tried to go look through like Benny Johnson, Charlie Kirk. I think, what's her stupid name? Libs a TikTok, Laura Loomer. They all yesterday put out these long tweets about how Donald Trump was the peace president. If the ceasefire had held, I would still be mocking you today. Because how the fuck do you give the president credit for peace? He came into office with Israel and Iran not warring. They were not attacking each other. Then Israel, with the support of Donald Trump, attacked Iran. And then the United States attacked Iran. And then even if the ceasefire goes through, or even if it had gone through, you can't make a war and then end the war and be like, look, we're the peace party. Stop fucking bombing people. You can't fuck up and then fix your own fuck up and then be like, give me a prize. I want the Nobel Peace Prize. And by the way, the only reason they're advocating for that is because Trump is still salty that Obama got a Nobel Peace Prize. I don't think a Nobel Peace Prize is that important, but that's why they're still doing it. Here's Steve Bannon giving Trump a warning. It's Ben Bazaar, finding myself on the same side as Steve Bannon and Tucker Carlson and Marjorie Taylor Greene. But here we are.
Hysterical. And we did make a comment. We let it all play out. And understanding that President Trump was working on this right there with the Israelis and the Persians. While he's working on it, he comes in there just like Ukraine. He's over there stirring it up in Ukraine. What did Trump tell him in Pompeo? Shut up. You better watch what you say. That was his quote in truth. Now you see the pressure on Trump, particularly the MAGA folks. Now you see the pressure on Trump. He's getting it from every direction. He's getting these guys 24/7 and Murdoch and all of them.
And who did he listen to? I shout out to Steve Bannon for still like having hope in Trump. Who did he listen to? At the end of the day, it was the war hawks. It was the neocons. All those promises he made you guys about being for peace and like we'd have peace in the Middle East. Oh, we have the Abraham Accords. Oh, I'll end these wars on day one. And then when push came to shove, he just listened to Israel. He didn't give a fuck that he lied to all you guys. Not one single fuck. And I understand it's a scary thing for these Republicans to criticize Donald Trump, but he didn't listen to any of you. He lied right to every one of your faces.
And the donors and the corporatists and Wall Street, all of them. All of Fox, Murdoch on them nonstop. You see, he's sitting there negotiating a peace deal.
Yeah, future is purple. Iran calls for the death of our nation. No, they didn't. Some people in Iran did in 2018. And our Secretary of Defense calls for the death of all Muslims. So, I mean, if we're gonna do that, if we're gonna say that if somebody from Iran says death to America, therefore all of Iran wants to obliterate America, then we also have to hold that standard for us and say, oh, we must want to kill all Muslims. You probably do. It is escalation. It's not prevention. Prevention was the Iran nuclear agreement. Do you know what you said that they continue to produce uranium at levels only necessary for weaponry, which was about 60%. 90% is where you have like a stable weapon. Do you know what their enrichment percentage was before Trump withdrew from the Iran nuclear deal? The future is purple. Does anybody know in the chat? Any of you guys know what their enrichment level was before we withdrew from the Iran nuclear agreement? Who wants? Does anybody know? It's less than 4%. There was no. They weren't enriching uranium for weapons, and then we pulled out, and then we started back with this rhetoric that they were the problem. If I'm Iran, like if I'm running the country, I would make a nuclear weapon. It's your only negotiating strategy. For some fucking reason, Israel gets nukes. For some fucking reason, Israel's allowed to have nuclear weapons, and nobody gets to see them. There's no oversight into Israel's nuclear program. For some reason, their sworn enemy gets to have nukes. And if I'm Iran and I want leverage, I'm going to enrich uranium. Just like does the United States make nuclear weapons so that we can nuke people? I don't think that's been our policy. I think our policy is that we make nuclear weapons as leverage so people know not to fuck with us. What's the difference? Why does Israel get nukes? Why do they get nukes and Iran doesn't get nukes? Because Iran is the #1 state sponsor of terror. I think we are. I think that's a crazy thing for Americans to say. I don't like that these guys are sponsoring terrorists. Well, we sure as shit gave Bin Laden money. Netanyahu was giving money to Hamas. We sponsor terrorists all over the world. We've got more money. I think what you mean is they're the #1 sponsor of terror for the people that we don't like. The Muslim folks, right? I think that's what you really mean. But that's what I would do if I was Iran. What would you do? If you're Iran, what would you do? You've cooperated for decades. You allowed not only the UN, but the United States to come in and inspect your nuclear program. You try to normalize relations. And then Trump pulls out of that, and you're like, fuck, now what do you do? If you're Iran and Trump pulls out of that nuclear agreement, and immediately Israel starts provoking you, and Israel starts talking about, like, day one, the day after, they're like, oh, now they're going to enrich uranium. Yeah, no shit they're going to enrich uranium. They don't have a choice. You just took away their protection. They don't have any other choice there. So yeah, no, I absolutely think this is escalation. Fear-mongering doesn't work on me. I'm great that it works for you. I'm sorry that you're so afraid of things. That the fact that Iran, who has never launched a nuclear weapon, and before Israel struck, they said, we will gladly abandon our enrichment program. We will gladly cut a deal with you. We'll disband this whole program if you drop the sanctions on us. And the United States said no. Why is it so important we have sanctions on Iran? Isn't it more if what you're saying is they can't have nukes, and they said, okay, drop the sanctions. We won't create nuclear weapons. No, we better just bomb them instead. Yeah, we should probably just bomb them instead. You know why we did it? Because Netanyahu said do it. That's why. Netanyahu's got a country to run, and he needs it to stay under martial law. He needs He needs to keep it under wartime powers, because the second they're not at war, Netanyahu is fucked as a war criminal and as a leader. He's gone. So it doesn't make sense for him to not keep escalating. Of course he's going to keep escalating. And maybe this escalation was just to extend. Maybe we'll have a ceasefire. But then he gets to be on guard. And then if he just sends a rocket over to Iran every once in a while, maybe he'll be able to stay in power with his wartime powers.
Think this like a cockpit over. These people hate each other. Hell, they've been taking out people in Haifa and in Tel Aviv, hitting them with ballistic missiles. The Israelis have air supremacy. They've been bombing Tehran. There are people dead. A lot of people dead and a lot more people wounded. And he's working on a deal to get a ceasefire for the 12-day war. He's trying to do that, bringing his judgment and his wisdom and also the ability to do another midnight hammer, right? And what are they doing? They're going to the floor of the Senate. President Trump, I just hope you understand the great unmasking. Now you know exactly. Well, you're sitting there trying to negotiate a deal. See what he's doing. See what that little jackal's doing. Just like you're trying to get something done in Ukraine, and he's stirring it up.
Look, I know some people are saying, like, the irony of Steve Bannon. He's actually consistent on this. Steve Bannon and I have the same view on interventionism, but for different reasons. Like, he's an isolationist. He doesn't like global trade, but he's like, we align with Steve Bannon when it comes to being the world's police. Like, he's actually pretty consistent on this. And I applaud the Republicans, whether I agree with them or not, the ones that are we're the no new war party. We're not the world's police. I applaud Marjorie Taylor Greene. I think she's dumb as a box of rocks. I don't agree with her on almost anything, but say what you want about Marjorie Taylor Greene. She seems to have at least some principles, at least one that she's willing to be skewered for. She's willing to take the heat. She's willing to speak out against Donald Trump. When did you ever think you would hear Marjorie Taylor Greene be principled on something where she would not stand with Trump? For God's sakes, when she was running for office, there's a video of her, and they bring in a video cutout of Trump while she's running, and she rubs his crotch. She just rubs this cardboard cutout crotch of Donald Trump. She's the definition of dick rider. And she's like, nah, this is a bridge too far for me. We said that we weren't going to be the world's police.
And look at Levin calling you out on Twitter. Well, you're trying to do it because they knew you were working on something.
Don't tell me. Did she really change her mind? If she changed her mind, let me know. Send that to me. Send that to Jen.
They knew that you were trying to get the guns laid down, just like in World War I. The 11th day of the 11th month, the 11th hour, right? Remember that? These hyenas, they're jackals. They're jackals. They feed off death and destruction. What Levin and these guys did in Ukraine and Fox did in Ukraine. You see them cheerleading Ukraine now? Where is it? Where there's 1 million people dead and wounded. Where is it now? Mersheimer's right.
There we go. There's a definite split. Here's Benny Johnson, who is he never takes Trump's dick out of his mouth. He showed this. This is from Polymarket, saying that now there's a 10% chance Trump will win a Nobel Peace Prize. That was as of earlier this morning. I'm guessing that I wonder what it is now. Let's see. It has to have dropped this morning after after the ceasefire didn't happen. Let's see. It's still at about 10%, holding steady at 10%. Only 10%? It should be 100%. Give President Trump the Nobel Peace Prize. For what? For what? What are we giving this douchebag a peace prize for? he tried to do peace and nobody listened to him. So we should give him a prize. Now Donald Trump had a bad morning, and Donald Trump said a potty word. So for all of you those of you in the chat, the Christians that get mad at me for saying potty words and saying, if you say a potty word, you have no argument. I just want you to know. Your guy says a potty word here. You may want to get your cross out and your forgiveness prayer ready, because you're going to hear a bad word here.
Yeah, I do. They violated it, but Israel violated it too. Are you questioning if Israel is committed? Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I've never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel.
Big old loads.
You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour.
Can we just talk about how fucking crazy it is, by the way? This isn't a criticism of Trump. Like, this is normal. This isn't an unusual thing. But can we just talk about how fucking crazy it is that every time a ceasefire is negotiated, they're like, you have 12 hours to do as much bombing as you can. And they're like, fuck, let's do it. And never just start pushing the buttons. Can we just talk about how fucking crazy that is? And again, like, this is standard. This isn't a Trump thing. This always happens. It's not a criticism of Trump. It's a criticism of the world as a whole. But, like, you have 12 hours to bomb the fuck out of each other. Then you got to stop.
Just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either, but I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because of one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
Woo! I do want to talk about the walkaway too. I don't know if the zigzag walkaway does it for me. He said the potty word, and then and now we're gonna turn. A little weird, like the walkaway. Just do a straight line, Doc. You're gonna be okay. Sorry for the potty word, guys. Trump said a bad word. They don't. I think that's fair. I agreed with goddamn near everything Donald Trump said there. But even despite that, here's Katie Britt using her very best trad wife voice publicly. I mean, for a bunch of people who are worried about morality, they sure openly and publicly fellate a lot.
President Trump is going to win the Nobel Peace Prize, no doubt. You look at what he's done.
This is weird. That's weird. Why do these people in Congress speak in such definitives? Is that a word? Is that definitives? Can you say that in definitive terms? I think definitives. If it's not a word, it's a word now. Why do they speak like that? Without a doubt, 100% he will win a Nobel Prize. No, he's not going to. The whole world fucking hates him. Why do you do this? Of course he's not going to. And then why don't you guys ever think it's weird that your politicians do shit like this? That's so weird.
And with the Congo and Rwanda, you look at where he is with Pakistan and India.
He did not attend the negotiations between the Congo and Rwanda. That was Marco Rubio. He didn't even attend that. Just so we're clear on all these things that qualify him for the Nobel Peace Prize.
Is with Pakistan and India.
Pakistan and India said he wasn't involved. He had no role in that negotiation. So there's number two. We got something that he wasn't involved with and Marco Rubio did, and then we have one that like nobody was involved with. So give him a Peace Prize for that.
What he's done there, and then you look at this. What everyone talked about, but no one thought was possible. He has brought peace to a region that needed stability. He has shown what America First policy actually is.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. He sure brought peace to the Middle East. for a minute, 15 minutes. The speed at which these dipshits were willing to go on Fox News and fillet Donald Trump. Oh, he tweeted there's a ceasefire. By the way, when he tweeted it, Iran was like, man, not yet. And then Iran was like, okay, well, now we have it, but Israel hasn't agreed to it. And Israel's like, nah, not yet. And then Israel's like, yeah, maybe. The entire evidence that they're going on here to give him a peace prize is just a thing that he truthed. It's it. Like, we didn't even have a ceasefire agreed to. She's on Fox News with no agreed to ceasefire. Be like, nobody's ever done this before. Everybody, all of us yesterday negotiated the same amount of ceasefires as Donald Trump.
He's makes sure that he's preserving American lives at every single turn. Look, President Trump understands what we need. We need a president who is unafraid to act and that stands firmly with the American citizens.
He wrote a tweet. What do you mean unafraid to act? He wrote a tweet. He just and he probably didn't write it because he has somebody who writes them for him. He probably just dictated. That's what he did. It is so amazing. No president ever could possibly dictate a tweet.
That's what we saw today. And look, Democrats don't know what to say. I mean, their silence has never been louder, if you know what I mean. And I think it's because President Trump just keeps winning and they don't know what to do.
Yeah, we do know what to do. We wait for 12 fucking seconds because in 12 fucking seconds, whatever he said is probably not going to be true. But not you, not old Katie Britt. She had to get on Fox News and fillet immediately. Amy Lynn said, oh my God, please somebody dub him saying the F word in the fuck Donald Trump song. Yvonne said, if inflation rises 4% and your yearly wage increases 3% and your federal taxes increase, that's a good sign trickle down isn't working. Billionaires are getting richer while you are getting poorer. Katie said, since you're crowdfunded, does that mean we're doing the socialism? Sure. I guess you guys control my means of production. Maybe, I don't know. Amy also said, I love that conservatives are rearing up. Historically, it just pushes us further left every time. Hashtag progressive. Thank you very much. Did I miss any there? Melissa, thanks for joining the Dollar Train as well. All right, here's Mike Johnson. Now, there is, I think, this is probably an unpopular opinion. I do think that there's a little bit of gray area on whether or not Donald Trump has the authority to unilaterally bomb Iran. I don't think there's any gray area in how the War Powers Act is written. I think that under President Bush, under President Clinton, under President Biden, under President Obama, under President Trump, we haven't really enforced the War Powers Act. So I actually think Republicans probably have a good argument that, like, this isn't that different than things that Obama did. And I think that the War Powers Act is clear, but Congress has been unwilling to use it. So I do think Republicans have a good leg to stand on here by saying Trump is within his rights in the same way that Obama and Biden and Bush and Trump previously were within their rights. We kind of have let them do it.
It is ridiculous for anyone to assert that the commander-in-chief, using his Article
Jay's face lotion, what's her name? I'm not telling. I'll never tell.
Article 2 power under the Constitution should have to consult all the members of Congress or even all the leadership in Congress every time he has to make a decisive, quick action. I mean, that would not be feasible. So the idea that they're saying that what he's done is somehow inappropriate or unconstitutional is nonsense. None of them ever complained when Barack Obama and Joe Biden used the same authority to drop bombs all over the Middle East, all over the world.
Now, here's where they don't have a good argument. This revisionist history is easy to do. I think it's lazy. But when Mike Johnson says that, like, I don't hear Democrats complaining about Obama, I don't hear Democrats complaining about Biden, they did. And there's literally hundreds of examples. Dick Durbin is somebody who's been very consistent. He criticized the Obama administration. He criticized the Biden administration. He criticized the Trump administration. I won't read it, but like you can pull this. Here's an article I was able to pull from May 8th of 2013 of Dick Durbin and other Senate Democrats criticizing the use of drones by the Obama administration. Dennis Kucinich, who was like hardly far left, I mean, moderate left, he threatened to introduce articles of impeachment against Obama. He was the first guy to float the idea that Obama should be impeached for authorizing airstrikes in Libya without the approval of Congress. Tim Kaine, who ran against Obama, he said the War Powers Act had to be followed, and he also said that he may support the impeachment of Obama for violating war powers. There were people all across this country calling Obama the drone striker in chief. He's lying when he says this. There are plenty of people that have been consistent on this. Thomas Massey's been consistent on this. Rand Paul has been consistent on this. Bernie Sanders has been consistent on this. There are many people in this country who have been consistent on saying that the War Powers Act is consistently violated, and I would agree with them. Trump violated it. Biden violated it. Trump violated it. Obama violated it. Bush violated it. Clinton violated it. And I didn't go any further back to than there, so I'd have to go see. I just was looking for examples from those presidents. I'm sure it's been violated. I think it was signed in 73. So you can check me on that. I think it was signed in 1973. Biden never bombed Iran, but Biden used airstrikes regularly. Right? It's not about the War Powers Act doesn't just it's not about like did you bomb Iran? It's about did you commit an act of war without the approval of Congress? But I do think that Republicans have a leg to stand on here. I think it would be a really bad decision for Democrats to try and impeach Donald Trump over this. I think what they should do is they should rewrite the War Powers Act. I think they should clarify that law and they should make it more strict. But trying to impeach Donald Trump over this when other presidents have done similar things I think politically would be a disaster. I don't think it would fly.
You know, it's entirely inconsistent with their previous actions, and I think we call them on that hypocrisy.
I think it's a joke because go back to Bush 41, Panama, go back to Grenada with Reagan. Reagan didn't ask for permission. So from Clinton, 4-day bombing campaign in Iraq, didn't ask for permission. But let's move on and talk about something.
Yeah, I agree. I actually agree with that. But I do think we should change the law. I disagree with the law. But if we're going to be consistent, we can't just disagree with the law and then be like, oh, so we should have it apply to Trump and not everybody else. Here's let's see, Lindsey Graham. Look, I played that clip last week. You guys saw it. There's a clip going around that accuses, and I didn't want to play it because I think it's inflammatory, and I don't think it's okay to weaponize somebody's sexuality if they are Republican and not do it if they're Democrats. There are a lot of clips going around from Republicans like Tucker Carlson and Steve Bannon who imply that Lindsey Graham and Josh Hawley, and I can't remember, there was another person, are closeted gay men, and that Israel uses that as leverage to get them to do what they want. I don't know. I don't know. There's plenty of evidence, at least against Lindsey Graham, that he is. However, when you take into account that Israel regularly not only bribes people but blackmails people, and we know that that's true, that makes this clip of Lindsey Graham and his outrage and his vitriol towards Iran make a hell of a lot more sense. Because I think that, like, if any of you, if we had a one-on-one discussion, any Republican, I said, why does Iran pose a threat? I think that past saying they have enriched uranium and somebody chanted death to America, I think you after that, you wouldn't really know. Because the reality is, like, Iran hasn't really posed a threat to us in the same way that many other world powers have, or many other opponents have. Iran isn't really that threatening to us. They're kind of threatening to Israel. But on the other side of that, like, yeah, Israel just started bombing them. They were right. They're right to hate Israel. Israel keeps bombing them. Knock it off.
It's about a religious agenda. Why do they do what they do? Religious, fanatical beliefs, a master religion for the world.
All right, but we saw Ted Cruz. Aren't we supporting Israel because of religion? And aren't we supporting Israel because they're afraid of Muslim religion, which is bizarre. Like, we support we support the government of Israel, which doesn't make sense, for a religious purpose that also doesn't make sense. This is so bizarre to me to hear, like, a religious zealot be like, oh, I don't like religious zealots. Bro, you're doing the same thing. You're playing the same game that Iran is. What are you talking about?
And if you don't believe that, you have missed a lot. That's what they want, and the only way they're not going to get there is for somebody to stop them.
Then why don't they ever attack? How come? What's going on? How many more years? This is 30 years of my life now, where I've been hearing that Iran was on the verge of nuclear weapons and they were going to attack. When are they going to do it? What's taking them so long? Well, they had to get enriched uranium. Well, they weren't doing that till we pulled out of the Iran nuclear deal. He's so obviously owned by AIPAC.
What did Hitler want? To take over the entire world and create a master race. Anybody that didn't fit his definition of the right kind of person was imprisoned or killed.
That's not true.
The Ayatollah and his henchmen have that same view.
It's just not true. Everyone who disagreed with him was jailed and killed. No. There's people right now publicly disagreeing with the Ayatollah in Iran. And the reason I know they're alive is because I don't think dead people can speak and walk and breathe. I think that's what makes you dead.
But it's religiously driven. It's about a religious.
So there's Lindsey Graham. It's honestly, it's so transparent to all of America. Thank God we have the internet. Thank God we have social media. In 2001, we didn't, and it was really easy to dupe Americans. But now we've got social media, and now it's painfully obvious who is completely owned by Iran. Here is JD Vance doing. God, I was so mad. I have a friend who saw this interview and said, "I saw JD Vance. He's not bad. He's a good communicator." Here's JD Vance. He's going to be asked if we know post bombing. Do we know where the enriched uranium is? Now, this is something, and maybe some of you guys have some information I don't have. This is one of the weird parts of this story. After we bombed Iran, there was Israeli intelligence that was leaked that said Iran, because of either pre-warning or because they sensed that a bomb was coming because of Trump's reaction and his lack of transparency, Israeli leaked intelligence said that Iran was able to evacuate a lot of their enriched uranium. In fact, they even showed overhead images of a bunch of trucks moving out. Now, who knows if that's what they did or not. Then, an hour later, U.S. intelligence says, no, that's not true, but we can't see it. So that's why here, this is Brett Baer, right? I think it's Brett Baer, is asking, do we know? There's some confusion about whether or not we were able to bury the uranium or get rid of the uranium or destroy the uranium, or if they took it away. Do we know for sure where the uranium is? And JD Vance, very well-trained, conditioned puppet, says, what I'm going to do is not answer your question. Instead, I'm going to ask a different question that I wish that you had asked, and I'm going to answer that question instead.
You said totally obliterated. The president has said totally obliterated the Iran nuclear program.
Yeah.
Do you know for sure where all the
highly
enriched uranium is?
Well, Brett, I think that's actually not the question before us. The question before us is, can Iran enrich?
Actually, Brett, fuck you. I'm going to change the subject.
The uranium to a weapons grade level, and can they convert that fuel to a nuclear weapon? And we know, based on the success of our mission, of course, the leadership of the president, but the incredible skill of our military, that the two mission objectives are completely successful. We know that they cannot build a nuclear weapon. Now, you asked about the highly enriched uranium.
Yeah, 900 pounds of it.
But what we know, Brett, is that uranium is something that exists in very large supply. Our goal was to bury the uranium, and I do think the uranium is buried.
But if you don't know where it is, how do you know it's buried? If you don't know whether or not they got rid of it, how do you know if it's buried? See the problem we have with this administration? This is the theme. I can only say that in every organization, generally speaking, culture starts at the top, and Donald Trump demands that you never take accountability. It is the least accountable government in the history of our country. They never admit they're wrong. They never admit they don't know something. never admit any fault at all. So if you're asked a question that we don't know the answer to, just change it. I just want to know what happened to that uranium. And if you don't know, I'm actually comfortable with the answer of I don't know. We'll have to see. But it's always, everything is a fucking bait and switch with these people. It's so goddamn exhausting. Before we got started this morning, and I'll have it tomorrow, I was watching a hearing from Pam Bondi, and it's like every fucking question from a Democrat, she doesn't answer. She refuses to answer. She asks a different question. Somebody asked her about pardons. Like, do you think there's a story going around right now that there's these, it's not a story. There's people that were pardoned who have been convicted of other crimes outside of January 6th. Like one of them was charged for illegally obtaining a firearm. And he is now in court saying that the pardon actually pardoned him for that crime as well. And so they simply asked, they're like, hey, do you think that this pardon should also applies to any other crimes that they committed before January 6th? And she says, oh, you mean like the pardon that Joe Biden gave to his son? Like, fuck off. We can't answer that fucking question. We can't answer a question if, like, whether or not a pardon applies to every crime somebody has ever committed or a specific crime without playing whataboutism. And then she filibustered for a minute and never answered the question. I'm so fucking sick of this administration. And it seems they are in lockstep to be the least transparent administration in history, to never, ever answer a single fucking question that isn't a softball that you can knock out of the park. Don't ever answer any questions. And that's what J.D. Vance is doing here, too.
But our goal was to eliminate the enrichment and eliminate their ability to convert that enriched fuel into a nuclear weapon. I think this is an important...
Yeah, cue the both sides. Yeah, I'm fine. I just got done 5 minutes ago calling out both sides. We don't have an administration. The Democrats don't have an administration right now. I can't criticize it. Don't be so fucking sensitive that you can't hear criticism about Donald Trump without me being like, oh, but Joe Biden did bad things too. We don't have an administration to criticize. You won. This is part of winning. Part of winning is accountability. Part of winning is criticism. Part of winning is convincing people that what you're doing is the right thing for America. Stop being bitches. And a reminder that any Republican who wants to challenge anything I say or correct anything I say or debate anything I say, you're welcome to come up here right there in the top left corner or top, I don't know which way it points for you. That corner up there. You'll see Jen Dub. You add her on Discord. We can bring you on the show.
Point, Brett, because so many of the folks who have focused on the highly enriched uranium,
60%.
The main focus, Brett, has been to destroy their enrichment capacity because we don't want that 60% uranium to become 90% uranium. That's the real concern, and that's what was so successful about our mission.
Maybe. Like, I think the hell of this is that we don't even know if the mission was successful because we just asked them, where's the uranium? And they're like, man, we're not going to answer that question, but it was a success. Well, wouldn't the success be like that they have no access to enriched uranium or they can't enrich more uranium or they can't turn it into a weapon? If you don't know where the uranium is, how can you tell us that it was a success? Jen said, House vote to impeach Trump fails 344 to 79. Not even close. 128 Democrats voted to reject the measure, had no chance of passing, even if all supported given the Republican control of the House. It shouldn't have passed. This is not, you can't impeach him for this. I think that's silly. I think that was that was a dumb move by Democrats, if we're just being honest. You should not have tried to impeach him for that. Jamar said, I took the trash out and cleaned my room today. Where the fuck is my Nobel Prize? And hey, howdy, thank you for the donation. M. Scott said Mike Johnson's face would fail a blacklight test. Yeah, probably. Okay. Here's back to Thomas Massey. I hate to keep showing Thomas Massey, but we don't have a lot of choices here. And the reason I do this, just so we're clear, is like, I don't think the fact that Democrats say specific things right now carries as much weight. Like, I think Thomas Massey, because he's a Republican and because there is no incentive for him to go against the party, I think that what he's doing carries a lot of weight, which is why he's everywhere. Here's Thomas Massey on Face the Nation.
Are you open to intelligence and persuasion here?
I'm open as well. But look, in the first Iraq war, the second Iraq war, and the war in Afghanistan, Congress first got the briefings. Congress met and debated. It should have been declarations of war, but at least they did an authorization of use of military force. We haven't had that. This has been turned upside down, this process.
Well, you heard from Mitch McConnell, the former Republican leader, the senator, say it was a bad week for the isolationists. He was talking about Tucker Carlson and he was talking about Steve Bannon. Do you think that the president is making a choice here, or is he trying to have it both ways? Both saying, I'm going to please the hawks of the party by bombing, but then I'm going to say I want a peace deal and make the isolationists happy by saying, you know, I'm not committing to anything more than one and done.
Well, I'll concede this. It was a good week for the neocons in the military-industrial complex who want war all the time. I wouldn't call my side of the MAGA base isolationists. We are exhausted. We are
Thanks, Vicky, and thanks, Jim. We said it, unhinged Jim, Trump's Nobel nomination yanked.
Tired from all of these wars, and we're non-interventionists. I mean, this was one of the promises. I mean,
Corn Pop, get it together, man. Every fucking day. We're not talking about how a ceasefire is stupid. We're talking about how there isn't a fucking ceasefire, dude. Try and keep up. Try and keep up, bud. A ceasefire would be great. I wish Donald Trump negotiated a ceasefire that worked. If he had, today we would be talking about Donald Trump's ceasefire and how effective it was. But we're not, because there is no ceasefire.
Are you going to call President Trump's campaign an isolationist campaign? What he promised us was we would put America first. And I think there are still voices in this administration. You've still got J.D. Vance. You've still got Tulsi Gabbard.
I don't know about Tulsi Gabbard. I don't think anybody's listening. Does anybody think Tulsi Gabbard's being listened to right now? I don't think so. She didn't even get to, when they got into the war room, they didn't even bring in Tulsi Gabbard. And isn't that like pretty strong evidence that Trump is more influenced by Netanyahu than his own intelligence? His director of national intelligence, the person in charge of national intelligence, isn't involved in these discussions. And then when Trump announces the bombing of Iran, he's like, I couldn't have done that without my good friend Bibi Netanyahu. Thanks, Bibi. We made this decision together. She's not in the room. I appreciate Massey trying to like say that Trump's listening to these other voices. I don't know. And I don't think J.D. Vance is that persuasive to Trump.
You still, RFK Jr., you still got calmer heads that could prevail.
They were not persuasive in this case, clearly.
Well, somebody was persuasive. AIPAC is very persuasive. For instance, the Israeli lobby in Congress. If you look at my colleagues' feeds now, they all look the same. They're all tweeting the same message that we've got to support Israel and we've got to do this. My question is, does 3 bombings and we're done with Iran's nuclear ambitions? Is that the 2 weeks to slow the spread of 2025? Is this, we were told 2 weeks to slow the spread then. Now we're told it's just going to take 3 bombings. But what happens when Israel gets bombed again? Mm-hmm. Is Trump going to sit by and say, no, we're not going to further engage in this war?
I tried to get answers from the secretary on that question. But when you say the pro-Israel lobby, AIPAC.
Corn Pop. If the bombing ends next week, of course we would switch topics. Bro, what the fuck, man? Like, is your brain broken? Of course we would stop. If the bombing stopped, we'll stop covering it. Because we're covering the bombing, you goddamn dipshit. What the fuck, man? You're a nice enough guy, but Jesus Christ. Of course. We all want a ceasefire. This just shows how like broken your fucking brains are. Is what you're hearing is criticizing of Trump and you're like, oh, criticizing of Trump is bad. Of course we'll stop talking about it. Bro, what the fuck are you talking about? What am I going to report on? Well, it's 78 degrees and a little bit windy in Tehran today. Meanwhile, over in Israel, slight forecast of rain. Benjamin Netanyahu wore a green tie today, and the Ayatollah is taking the day off to do some ceramics. Of course I wouldn't cover it. Fuck, I don't cover the daily news in Israel and Iran. I'm covering it because we're bombing them, and if we stop bombing them, we would stop covering it. Bro, honest to God, what the fuck? You got to get it together. You're a grown-up. You got to be better than that.
Do you see a difference between Israel's interests and American interests?
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, look, Iran, the reality is they don't have a missile that can reach the United States. They're not near to getting a missile that can reach the United States. I think this, what has happened, what has
Can we be honest about that part too? Where's my neocons here? They can't hurt us. There is absolutely not a goddamn thing Iran can do to us. They could go after our soldiers that are stationed in the Middle East, which maybe we pull our soldiers out of there. Not a goddamn thing they're going to do to us. Hold on 1 second. Good, baby? You got it? Sorry, my daughter was looking for something. It's a great point. They keep fear about, they said death to America. All right. Yeah, like, I'm going to beat up John Jones. Well, I can say it. I can say it all I want. I'm going to beat up Tyson Fury. I'm going to whoop his ass. I can say it all I want. Down with Tyson Fury. What am I going to do? I can't even reach his fucking head. What am I going to do? Jump up? Cyber attack? Yeah, but bombing doesn't fix that. It has nothing to do with their nuclear weapons, right? Sleeper cells? Sure. If you don't want to activate the sleeper cells, maybe don't bomb them. If you don't want a cyber attack, maybe don't bomb them. I don't remember who it was. I was watching, and it might have been Steve Bannon, but like, I don't think we, as Americans, I don't think we take time to stop and like analyze what we're actually doing. Of course it is wrong to kill innocent people. Of course it's wrong. Of course it's wrong to bomb other countries, especially that haven't hurt us. But there's another part that, like, I don't know why, and Tulsi Gabbard, bless her heart, this is why I liked her at first. When she used to talk about regime change war, what she constantly pointed at is that when we drop bombs on Iran, when we support Israel bombing Tehran, and innocent people die, their families are likely to radicalize. So you took potentially an innocent person who died, whose family was not engaged, and you radicalize them. You make more people hate you. If I'm like right now, I don't really have a problem with Iran, to be honest. I don't. Somebody's gonna have to explain to me why I should be so concerned about Iran. But let's just say Iran bombs Mesa, Arizona, right? And heaven forbid it takes out some of my loved ones. I'm probably not going to like you. I'm probably going to have a different opinion about them. Perhaps an irrational opinion about them. Perhaps I might be so radical because it's my daughter and I would lose it if somebody hurt my daughter. Perhaps I would go do something crazy because Iran bombed my city. And perhaps my family would. And perhaps my friends would. And perhaps some of my friends also lost loved ones and they radicalized too, and it escalates. The lack of thought, the lack of foresight, and the lack of value of human life by our government, and it's not, again, it's not just Republicans. It's been my whole life. We look at, like, I look at the people in Iran sitting there in Congress chanting death to America, and I don't think I see what you see, Republicans, because I know what the reaction was. We used a drone to take out and murder a member of their parliament. And in the process, we killed innocent people. And what Soleimani was guilty of is helping kill American soldiers who were guilty of killing innocent people. America's hands are not clean. So I'm just saying, like, if I'm a member of Iranian parliament and someone I love or somebody I care about is needlessly murdered because the United States they couldn't go out of their way to not murder innocent people, yeah, I might show up and talk some shit about America too. I might show up a little angry too. And every fucking one of you, I mean, most of you say you guys are saying death to Iran. We got to bomb them. Why? Well, they could get a bomb. That's enough for you to hate them. That's enough for you to bomb them. But you can't look across the ocean and be like, oh, Yeah, maybe they didn't like that you killed their son. Maybe they didn't like that their toddler was blown to bits in an explosion. Maybe they didn't like that. Maybe that pissed them off. Jesus Christ, I get Republicans up here. I have to watch my language now. Thanks, Jen, for the pep talk. I'm trying not to call Republicans bitches because it's not effective. It might radicalize them more. But we can't fathom that, like, maybe the reason all these people in the Middle East hate us is because we've been bombing the fuck out of the Middle East my entire life. Maybe that's why they hate us. Maybe they don't really care about the nuances. Maybe they don't go, oh, I did lose a son, but Soleimani was kind of a bad guy, so America's the good guy. Maybe we just stop going to war. Maybe we have some negotiation. My biggest problem with all of this is twofold. Number one, no president in the history of our country has had the ability to do more good than Donald Trump. Nobody. Nobody has had the level of support that Donald Trump has. His followers will change their mind with him. He could go to Israel. He could have gone to Israel on day one and said, stop. No more bombing. Stop starving Palestinians. Stop carpet bombing. And then he could say to Hamas, listen, Israel's done. Don't fuck this up. They will not attack anymore. Don't attack. If you attack, then we have to let loose. He could have had peace legitimately. That's what's so devastating. Like, he could have had peace. He could have done this. Donald Trump could fix most of the problems in our country if he just focused on something that mattered to anybody. You want healthcare, he could get it. You want affordable housing, he could get it. You want to stop these wars, he could do it. I think that's the part that is most devastating, is he could do all of this. He could end the war in Ukraine by doing the exact same thing. Putin, knock it off. I will stop the Ukrainians from attacking you. You stop. If you don't stop, then we're with Ukraine. And if Ukraine doesn't stop, fine, we'll be with Russia. It is not nearly as complicated as they want you to think. The complication comes when you have psychopaths like Vladimir Putin and psychopaths like Benjamin Netanyahu and frankly, psychopaths like the Ayatollah. And you don't use your immense leverage to negotiate peace. He could have been so consequential. He could have been the peace president. He could be the Nobel Peace Prize winner. I fucking hate that guy. I absolutely fucking hate Donald Trump. I think he is a scumbag piece of shit. If he ended the war in Israel and he ended the war in Ukraine on day one, he absolutely would have deserved a Nobel Peace Prize. And it wouldn't have been very fun to stomach that. Like, I'd be like, fuck, I really don't like that guy. But he got it done. Imperfect people, bad people can do good things. When the fuck is this guy going to do a good thing? You guys ever going to ask him to do something fucking good? Ever? What's he doing that's good? Oh, we send masked marauders through our neighborhoods. Let's arrest people and create terror. Let's threaten it. Let's abandon all of our allies. Let's fuck up every trade deal we have. That's the problem that I have. I don't get what the fuck you guys are seeing in this guy. The world, it's not even fucking close how much more chaotic the world got on day fucking one. Are you out of your goddamn minds? The war in Russia and Ukraine escalated. We brought the president of Ukraine, whose country was invaded. We brought him to the Oval Office and we yelled at him. Why aren't you more grateful? Why aren't you wearing a suit? Fuck you. We didn't say shit to Vladimir Putin. We could have fixed it. The lack of humanity and the lack of demand for humanity out of you folks blows my fucking mind, because I know most of you are good people. I know most of you, when you don't have to decide, like you don't have to defend Donald Trump, you come to the right conclusions because you did it. You did it in the fucking election. Every last one of you. Donald Trump's going to end the wars on day one. Joe Biden dragged us into war. We want peace. Let's stop being the world's police. Every one of you said that. And then here we are like, oh, well, we probably should bomb Iran. We probably should do that. My problem is you had this capability to do such great things for the world, and you're making it a worse place. It is so much worse now than it was when Trump took over, by every measure. There's not a single measure in which the world became more peaceful under Donald Trump. And you're out still going, oh, you guys are TDS, recycled talking points. Shut the fuck up, Kelly Cat. Yeah, they're recycled. You know why they're recycled? You know what's cool about recycled material? I have, look, here's my probiotic. It's made out of recycled material. Do you know why this is effective? Do you know why recycled material is effective? Because it fucking works. That's why. I don't have to change my talking points with Trump because he's the same dipshit every fucking day. Every goddamn day, he makes the worst possible decision. It's crazy that I can recycle them, right? It works. It fits every time. Every time Donald Trump has the ability to do like the right thing, he does the wrong fucking thing. Every time. And I just don't get, like, what's the fealty you guys have to him? What's this loyalty that you have to him? Every one of you said no new wars. Every one of you said he was going to end the wars. The world is far more violent. That violence is escalating all over the Middle East, and he has driven that escalation. Every chance he's had, when you had the Houthis telling Israel, hey, let the aid in, and Israel's like, fuck you, and the Houthis are like, fine, any boat that comes through, we're going to shoot. What did Trump do? He threatened the Houthis. He should have threatened Netanyahu, who started the problem. Why were the Houthis threatening the boats? Because Netanyahu wants to starve Palestinians to death. What's the right move? Netanyahu, knock that fucking shit off. But no, our Secretary of Defense, who has a stated goal to kill all Muslims, and our president said, fuck it. We'll go kill a bunch of innocent people. And they did. We drone striked innocent people instead of just telling Netanyahu to knock it the fuck off. Pull his funding. Every time he has a chance to not kill people, we choose to kill people. I think that's why Massey's frustrated. That's why so many of us are frustrated. It's almost like Donald Trump hears liberals say, you should negotiate peace, and he's like, oh, fuck the liberals. I hate them so much. Like, he's so butthurt, and he's still so mad about all these people who've said bad things about him that it's almost like the more we advocate for the right thing, the more likely he is to do the wrong thing, and the more likely you guys are to support it. You hate us so much that you advocate for the wrong things. You're advocating for the opposite of what you claimed you voted for. Why? Because we're saying, why don't you just hold him to what you voted for? We'll agree with you. If he does the thing you voted for, which our argument was never, he shouldn't do that. Our argument was, he won't do that. Watch. Just watch. He's going to come in and he's going to do the same shit. He's going to say that he doesn't want to intervene, and he's just going to intervene. He's going to say we don't want to be the world's police, but we're going to be the world's police. Our argument to you was, I can't believe you believe this guy. And you're like, just wait and see, baby. He's going to bring peace. He promised us he's going to bring peace. And now that he's not bringing peace, and we're like, hey, we're going to do peace. You're like, fuck peace. Let's bomb Iran.
Transpired this week has been planned for months. This administration, and maybe even the administration prior to that, said, you go in and soften them up, take out their air defense capabilities, and then we'll send in the big bombers.
So,
all right. Mary said, thanks, guys. Appreciate that very much. And thanks for all the new subscribers. Welcome to the party. Let me check messages here real quick. We have about an hour, probably hour and a half left of the show. I'll go a little over today. see. There we go. Little spot. First, let me get a drink. So you're gonna hear a hopefully future sponsored post. Like, nobody's as soft as a conservative. Ladies, you know what I'm talking about. Those conservative men are soft as shit. That's why every time you go to a conservative podcast, it's like, and now to our sponsor, Blue Chew. Your dick can work again. You don't have to scream at women when your dick doesn't work. This'll fix it. I want to point out that it's not just like Americans who are captured by Israel. This is what's his name? Luke Pollard. He is the British Armed Forces Minister. He's on my favorite place, the LBC, and simply just asked, like, can you answer some questions, please? And it's ironic that the people that are also captured by Israel across the world sound exactly like the people here captured by Israel. It's ironic. It's if you look across the world, you see people not answering questions. You can guess that they're currently captured by Israel.
Are we opposing the action taken by the United States on the weekend? Good morning.
Good morning, Nick. Firstly, let's be absolutely clear. Iran must not have a nuclear weapon. The threat that they pose to regional security is a serious one. And for that reason, the US took steps to neutralize that threat in the past few days. Our focus as a country is on a diplomatic solution now, is to bring Iran to the table, to get them to negotiate.
Notice how everybody's solution was a diplomatic solution before the bombing. There wasn't even I don't even know why we were going to there was no war, right? Nobody was talking about a diplomatic solution between Iran and Israel, and then Israel just bombed them. And now we're like, oh, we need to have a diplomatic resolution. I have an idea. Tell Israel, don't fucking do that. Don't strike other countries, please. And then we don't have to negotiate shit. Leave people alone. Like I remember I used to fuck with my sister all the time. And I would just bug her and tease her until she would go to my parents. And then it would be like, she'd get mad, like, and she'd slap me in the face, which was warranted. And God bless my sister. I love her very much. And then we go to the parents. And you know what my parents never did? They were never like, oh, we need to figure out, like, you were both wrong. They're like, stop doing that. Stop pushing somebody's buttons until they slap you in the face. Iran, if you don't want a war, don't go to war. If you don't want to get wet, don't go outside when it's raining.
Negotiate a diplomatic off-ramp.
Yes.
Was Israel provoked? Was Israel provoked? How was Israel provoked into attacking Iran? Please, whoever that was, come on. If I'm missing something, anybody's welcome to come up. Just tell me how Israel was provoked, please. I'm happy to have that conversation.
My question was, Minister, is the United Kingdom opposed to the action we saw on the weekend? It's a yes or no.
Well, that's not one for me to comment on. We've been involved with our
But you're the Armed Forces Minister. Why would you not have a view on armed intervention, as it were, in Iran?
Well, as one of our deep security partners, we keep a regular dialogue with the United States. The US administration has been clear for some time that they were keeping all options on the table to deal with.
Sorry, I mean, it's a simple one, Minister. Are we for or against the American activity on the weekend? For or against?
Well, the American activity has now happened.
Are we for or against it? Well, it did happen. Oh, okay. Yeah. See how everybody captured by Israel doesn't answer questions? They're trained this way. Answer whatever question you want to, not the question you're asked.
They're taking those steps to deal with the threat, and what we have, as a country, what we have been focused on over the past
you
few
don't
weeks.
know whether we're supportive, whether we support or oppose it. You're not clear as to whether we support or oppose the action.
Well,
am I hearing correctly that the Armed Forces
Minister... What we're focusing on is the diplomatic solution that resolves this crisis.
I just want to clarify that the Armed Forces Minister for His Majesty's government doesn't know whether he supports or opposes American activity on the weekend, our supposedly closest ally, and you don't have a view.
No, that's not what I'm saying, Nick. What I'm saying is
it support or opposition? Where are we?
So our focus, Nick, on this one is on the diplomatic solution. The US have taken the action that they felt was necessary to alleviate the threat that Iran poses.
Minister, you're a bright bloke. You're not answering the question, are you, sir? I'm asking whether we support or oppose what Donald Trump is doing, and you won't tell me. Or you can't tell me, I don't know.
Well, the focus, Nick, as you appreciate, is on what happens
So
next.
we're not going to get
That's
an
what
answer to
people
that.
want to know.
Can I take
what's
you to
happened next, and that is their diplomatic solution.
We're never going to answer it. I appreciate those Republicans here that are in the chat saying, like, I think you said, I think somebody said, should Iran have a nuclear weapon? No, but nobody should. Take Israel's nuclear weapons. Do you think Iran still develops it? Honestly, do you guys think that Iran would keep developing a nuclear program with enriched uranium up above 60% if Israel got rid of their nukes? You say, oh, I mean, I don't understand any of you. You say that Iran was sponsoring terrorists to fight against Israel. Yeah, no shit. Yeah, Israel's carpet bombing Palestine right now. They've killed hundreds of thousands of people. By just so we know, like, it's the equivalent. I can't remember the exact number, but like, I want to say like 1 in 40 people in Palestine, according to confirmed deaths. Like, this is deaths, confirmed deaths by strike. 1 in 40 people in Palestine has died from confirmed strikes, and that's about a fourth of the amount of deaths that have come because of the conditions in Palestine, because of starvation, because of wounds that they died of later, because of lack of access to medical care, lack of access to for infants, for nutrition, for it's somewhere around 200, between 100 and 200,000 people, depending on the estimate you want to look at. And Iran, and you're like, oh, well, Iran's sponsoring is helping fight. They're sponsoring the Houthis. With all due respect, like, if we're gonna play the game where it's like it's evil, you're always evil if you're part of a group, then America's also always evil because we've done evil things. But I look at the Houthis who have committed acts of violence, and I say that in this instance, the Houthis were standing up for people being genocided. And so if Iran is funding the Houthis, who are standing up for the Palestinians, I don't actually look to that as a bad thing. I think that's actually a good thing. You want us to be so nuanced when it comes to America. Like, America's good, but sometimes we do bad things. But Iran, Hamas, the Houthis, they're bad always. Everything they do is bad always. Don't ask me, like, I don't understand why you ask us to be nuanced when it comes to America, but you provide no nuance when it comes to those that America fights against. Sometimes I think right now that if you are going to fund people who are protecting the Palestinians, I think you're probably doing a good thing. Bro, they've been funding them for years. Yeah, we've been funding Israel for years. And Israel has been assassinating people for years and killing people for years. We're doing the same thing that they're doing. What's the difference between us and Iran? Iran funded the Taliban, so did we. Iran funded Al-Qaeda, so did we. Iran funded ISIS, so did we. What's the difference? Honestly, what's the fucking difference? Well, we're America. That's it. That's the difference. It's awesome. We don't do bad things. The lack of nuance is why we wind up in these fucking wars all the time. No date night with Admir tonight. We may go. We'll see. I'll figure it out. I didn't know Admir was out of the country, so we may not. We don't have date night with Admir tonight. Maybe we'll reach out to some other creators. Maybe somebody else wants to host tonight. All right. Here is former State Department official Joel Rubin saying, and I agree. I mean, I'm not an expert here. I'm playing catch up like many of us are. I've spent hours and hours and hours trying to like put a timeline together. I tend to agree with this.
I know you spent a lot of time on the Iran deal. I want to know, did Donald Trump pulling out of the Iran deal contribute to this mess?
Joe, there's a direct line between his decision in 2018 to withdraw from the Obama-Iran nuclear deal to the result last night of having to bomb Iran in order to stop what was broadly seen as a very rapidly advancing nuclear program. Karma is a bitch, I'll say it. That ended up falling right into the lap of Donald Trump last night, where he had that fateful decision of bomb or they get a bomb. And I think he had to make the hard choice because of his recklessness in 2018.
We withdrew from an agreement with Iran where Iran was enriching uranium just under 4%. And now it's at 60%. And we had consistency with Iran. And Iran looked at that deal. Like, let's just be honest. Iran looked at that deal and they said, like, yeah, we're not going to get nuclear weapons, but Israel's not going to fuck over the United States. They can't. So us being there with the Iranian nuclear agreement, it was a good agreement. At the time, nobody could figure out what the fuck was going on. It was baffling. If any of you remember 2018, it was baffling to a lot of people. It caused a split in the Republican Party then, too. Like, what are we doing? This is a deterrent. This allows Iran to feel safe. It allows Israel to feel safe. And frankly, withdrawing from it, then what happened? Then you had escalation. It led to October 7th. I truly, honest to God, I truly don't believe that we would have the escalations we've had with if we were still in the Iranian nuclear agreement. There was too much leverage there. There was too much to lose. But Trump just has to do things his way. I think the praise for it, the credit given to predecessors of Trump, I think it was too much for him. So we had to rip up that agreement. You really think that you guys really think that Iran is at 60% enriched uranium if we don't withdraw from that deal? We would have known forever. The whole time we would have been there. We would have been calling it out. We would have threatened Iran for breaking the agreement. Iran is afraid of us. They should be. We have a lot of, we could end them. This is so transparent. It is so, there is, for anybody who's studying this, you can just watch. It's like we had escalating tensions in the Middle East for decades. The Iranian nuclear agreement settled things down. We got out of the Iranian nuclear agreement, and then Trump comes in, and then they negotiate the Abraham Accords, the peace agreement of the Middle East. Okay, so we have peace in the Middle East. We pull out of the agreement. The Middle East starts getting worked up again. And what do we have? We have the Abraham Accords, which basically was just an agreement for industry. It was countries saying, we're going to invest together. We're going to work with Israel and we're going to invest together. It was not about peace, obviously, because we didn't get peace. We're at war. And now all of those people from the Abraham Accords, what's going to happen after Palestine's finally wiped off? And I think at this point, you guys all owe us an apology for saying, like, oh, they're not doing a genocide. They're not trying to wipe out Palestine. They're not trying to get rid of the Palestinians. You owe us all an apology. Of course they are. They're still doing it. they're still killing innocent people. They're bombing hospitals still. They're bombing aid centers still. I don't know if you guys don't see these clips or what, but Israel kills children every fucking day. Every day. Every day, Israel kills children. And what's going to be at the end of it? Are we going to have a peace agreement? No. But you're going to have a bunch of countries that get to come in and invest in Palestine. It's so transparent. It reads like a story. It's not as nuanced as they want you to think it is. It's not, and in fact, it's not nuanced at all. This is Netanyahu apparently pulling the strings and getting America to do their dirty work for them. Netanyahu, I believe, he knew that the only way he was ever going to be able to attack Iran is if the rest of the world was afraid of them. And so they set this in motion in 2018. Knowing that Iran would lose the protection of the United States when the United States withdrew from the nuclear agreement, and then the United States slapped a bunch of sanctions on them, and they had what other choice did they have? What was Iran supposed to do there? How are they supposed to feel protected? The only option really for them was to just like do what Israel said. Well, install a pro-Israel leader, change the culture, try and convince everybody in Iran to forget about it, like Israel being their mortal enemy for decades. Let Israel run foreign policy in the Middle East and just bend over. That was the only option we gave. Their option was that or build up a nuclear program and start creating alliances with Russia and China and Hamas and the Houthis. We left them with no good option except for like being the bitch to Israel. It's a terrible negotiation. It was a terrible deal. Donald Trump is feeling the effects of his own terrible negotiating and his own lack of ability to stand up to Israel. I think Israel's lucky. Israel's really lucky that they got like a dumb guy in office. Say what you want. Say what you want about Biden. Say what you want about Obama. Like they were smart. Historically speaking, like there may not have been very many members of the Senate who had a better grasp on foreign policy than Joe Biden, who had more respect from world leaders than Joe Biden. That's why Obama chose Joe Biden, if we remember. Because Obama was seen, and especially because of the or the Islamophobia in this country, and because Obama was born in Kenya, we needed to ease people's minds. That's what Joe Biden was. He was the buffer. He was the foreign policy guy. Israel's so happy to have a dumb guy who just does whatever they say. Here is Iran's foreign minister. Well, I'm going to skip that actually. Let's go here. Yeah, I want to show you this. Not normally huge. You know what? I'm going to take it back. I historically have been like a fan of Anna Kasparian. I think that Anna Kasparian has horrific views on trans people. But she's been pretty consistent when it comes to Iran. Here's her on Patrick Bet David has this new, it's called, I forget what their show's called. It's part of the what's their media company called? Valuetainment. It's like their version of The View. Anna Kasparian's on there, along with I forget PBD's sidekick's name, and Jillian Michaels. Watch what happens when somebody who knows what they're talking about, Anna Kasparian, goes up against just an Israeli apologist. Watch how bad this goes for him, and then watch his childish reaction.
But why did Trump pull out?
He pulled out because Bibi doesn't want the JCPOA. Bibi wanted to go to war with Iran. He's wanted
That's the Iran nuclear agreement they're talking about.
regime change in Iran.
So you're saying that Bibi Netanyahu controls Trump?
Trump's the most honest person.
Hold up, real quick. Don't get it twisted that because Biden was wrong. I agree with you. Biden was wrong on a bunch of foreign policy issues. Don't get it twisted. I said he was knowledgeable. He was knowledgeable on foreign policy. I was very critical of Biden's handling of Israel. I think Biden was also way too cucky to Netanyahu. So I want to be clear on that. He was respected and he was intelligent, but I agree with you. He made a lot of bad foreign policy decisions, including while he was president.
Change in Iran.
So you're saying that Bibi Netanyahu controls Trump?
Trump's the most honest person
You're saying
in the
that
world.
Bibi Netanyahu controls Trump. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I do.
Okay,
I
so-
think the Israeli government controls our government.
All right,
Yes.
well, that's your
I do believe
opinion,
that. No, it's
and
not an
you're
opinion.
wrong, but that's
It's based
entitled
on
to your
evidence.
opinion.
It's based
So you're
on
saying-
AIPAC.
so you're saying that
It's
Trump-
based on money and politics.
You're muted.
Oh, shit. I was killing it, too. All right. Sorry. Here's the pause. She will... What all Republicans do in these debates, and what he's going to do, is he's going to take her argument, he's going to reframe it, and make it a different argument than she just made, so that his argument doesn't sound so fucking stupid. I hope that we continuously are aware of this. This is what they do and it's not because they're dumber. It's not because they're dishonest. It's because they don't have arguments. Their only argument is you're bad, you're wrong. That's it.
Politics. It's based on the fact that Netanyahu go to the U.S. to invade Iraq and then didn't even send IDF soldiers. He had 4,000 of our soldiers die in Iraq based on a false premise of weapons of mass destruction.
River, like you care about America.
Boom. Every fucking time these bitches do the same fucking thing. That was a great argument. Benjamin Netanyahu lied to America, lied in front of Congress, said, hey, we got to get rid of Iraq. And then he didn't even send his own soldiers. He got us to do it. He got George Bush and the United States Congress to do it. And 4,000 died. And he goes, oh, boo-hoo, like you even care. Oh, yeah, you don't have an argument. They never have a fucking argument. Because what she said is 100% true. We got dragged into Iraq based on shitty intelligence from our own intelligence, but mostly from Netanyahu. Netanyahu drags our ass into war, and they don't send Israelis. They just let our people die. Are you guys comfortable that we sacrificed 4,000 American soldiers for Netanyahu because he wanted Saddam Hussein out of the picture? Are you guys comfortable with that? I'm not comfortable with that.
I do care about American soldiers, and I care about American taxpayers who spend trillions of dollars on this trash when we are dealing with $37 trillion in debt.
So now you're a fiscal conservative.
Yeah, I am a fiscal conservative when it comes to spending our resources on wars that we shouldn't be fighting.
See how he doesn't have an argument? By the way, she's not fiscally conservative. Fiscal conservatives are fucking idiots. If you're a fiscal conservative, you can't do math. We have to be careful with that term. Fiscal conservatism is spending more than you take in. Not muted, you dick. We are not fiscally saying that we don't want to waste money is not fiscal conservatism. Fiscal conservatism, the fiscal policies of the conservatives, is to spend a ton of money on war and not tax appropriately. What he means is fiscally responsible, which Democrats, despite their flaws, are more than Republicans. You can just the data speaks for itself. When a Democrat is in office, our deficit spending is less than when a Republican's in office. Fiscal conservatives are just people who spend a lot of money on war and steal from poor people.
On behalf of a foreign country.
Let me understand this. You're saying that Trump is so weak and such a pussy that he just listens to whatever Bibi does? Is that what you're saying?
I don't think he's weak or a pussy. I think he's
I do. I think he's weak, and I think he's a pussy. We differ there.
Transactional. I think he's transactional. Wait, and I think that he buys this ridiculous narrative that Iran was behind the 2 assassination attempts when there isn't even a shred of evidence other than Netanyahu declaring it.
I'm not confusing my definitions, bud. If the conservatism, the idea of conservatism means to conserve or stay the same. Fiscal is their financial policy, right? Their spending policy. And since conservatives tax too little and spend too much, if you are conserving their fiscal policy, you can just go look at, I'll show you. Here is fiscal. Let me show you what fiscal conservatism looks like. I think everybody would probably agree that the father of modern conservatism in this country is Ronald Reagan. If we look at this, here's the national debt by year. This is what fiscal conservatism looks like. This is by billions. This is debt in billions. You'll notice that in 1981, we had $998 billion in debt. And here comes fiscal conservatism. Here it comes. Since 1982, with a brief pause during the Clinton presidency, we have been spending more than we bring in, and we have been under trickle-down economics. Even when Democrats were in office, we were still doing trickle-down economics. That's where we are. That's fiscal conservatism for you. It has failed. It's mathematically incorrect. It doesn't work. But you guys will just never know. No one's ever going to tell you, so you're just going to keep going with it. The guy's name's Adam Sosnick. So I just want to show this too, because this is the level of intellect. This is the level of intellect we legitimately have from conservatives. I had 3 of you on last week to debate. This is not far off from that. Here's his response.
I don't understand what you're doing when you're trying to be pro-Hamas and pro-Iran. Hold on.
When you strawman me, it makes this entire exchange fall apart.
So
now this is where we have the problem. Because what did I say he would do? He would lie about her position. What did he say? Hear it again. Here's what he claimed her position was.
I don't understand what you're doing when you're trying to be pro-Hamas and pro-Iran. Hold on.
Is saying free Palestine pro-Hamas? Is saying that Netanyahu's a bad guy pro-Iran? No. But they can't defend it. They can't defend that position. They can't explain it. So they reframe your position, criticizing Trump, as saying, oh, you must be pro-Hamas and you must be pro-Iran. You see this in the chat from these Republican dipshits here every single day. The same thing. They have to reframe it into an insane manner so that their argument that they're about to make makes sense. And that's exactly what he's going to do here. We're going to appeal to emotions. We're going to create a straw man so that you don't sound like a fucking idiot.
When you strawman me, it makes this entire exchange fall apart.
So
I'm trying to have an honest exchange
So
with
am
you.
I.
I'm not putting words in your mouth. Please don't put words in my mouth.
You can talk when I'm done talking, and that's how this will work. No?
But if you strawman me, and argue that I'm making arguments that I didn't make, I'm going to...
Now what? I want to see if you guys can guess. Now what? Now that she's interrupted him, and she said that I don't like being strawmanned, he's doing his little calm voice. What's next? I just want to see anybody who hasn't seen this. What's he about to do? Everybody who's watched a Republican in this position who just strawmanned an argument, what's he about to do now that the straw man has been exposed? Slur. Insult. Yeah, a lot of you get it. A lot of you have seen this. He's about to insult her. He's about to call her emotional, and he's about to insult her.
I'm going to interrupt
Israel
you.
first.
I'm going to interrupt you if you lie about what I'm saying.
So you're a grown-up when you argue. Got it.
I am a grown-up, yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So you seem very emotional, and I threw you a tissue just in case. I also have a tampon in case you need a tampon.
Adam, she's going to beat the shit out of you.
That's fine.
Adam,
That's fine. It's a tampon just in case you start crying.
I'm not deterred by your ridiculous juvenile attacks. Let's have an argument about the actual facts.
Israel is fighting terrorists around.
Yeah. I'm just gonna throw an insult. I'm gonna throw a tampon at you, which was weird. He's like, I'm gonna give you this tampon in case you start crying, which was a stupid thing to say. He like even fucked up his delivery of the tampon. And I will show. I do want to say one thing. Like, this is the difference between conservative women and liberal women. What are they doing? What are these three doing? This guy just dismissed Anna Kasparian because he can't answer her questions. He strawmans her. She calls out the straw man. He dismisses her for being emotional and throws her a tampon. And they're like, that's so silly. I'm just gonna say, like, I think if Anna Kasparian was like, maybe you're a cuck because you've got a tiny dick, I'm gonna guess that those three in the middle would turn on her. Whatever you want to say, like, one, it's not that funny. Like, it's not even that good of a joke. It's a played out joke. Also, he came to the set with a tampon, which is fucking. So it's like it's obviously planned, right? Like he planned at some point. He's like, I know today I'm gonna need to throw a tampon at a woman, so I've always got one in my coat pocket. So he like prepped and brought a tampon. And nobody up here is gonna just like discuss that. Shout out to Anna Kasparian. She held her cool. She's like, I'm not gonna be deterred by like your childish insults. It's fucking stupid, and it was stupid. It's not that funny. The incels loved this. They really fucking loved this. But this is the level of what like Republicans have to argue with right now. This is it. This is what you've got. Oh, you guys are just emotional. Yes, tampons in boys' bathrooms are okay. Yeah, they are. Stop being fucking weird, dog lovers. Stop being fucking weird. Why do you guys care about tampons so much? Why are you obsessed with tampons? Go get yourself a box. They got all sorts of different sizes and shit. It's great. You can make crafts out of them. Here's Victor Gao. He is the vice president of the Center for China and globalization. And he's just pointing out the hypocrisy here. I know I'm sorry that this person works with China, but the hypocrisy here is so blatant. And I wish Republicans, we could have a real discussion about hypocrisy. And maybe we can after this video.
We're told by Israeli officials repeatedly on this channel is that Iran is very close to being able to build a nuclear weapon. It might already be able to do so. And they're constantly calling for the destruction of Israel. So they say what they're doing is preemptive self-defense. What do you make of that argument?
It doesn't make it like, come on. It's like somebody comes up and punches you in the face. They're like, it was preemptive self-defense. Self-defense of what? Well, I'm probably going to piss them off later, and then they're going to punch me, so I just thought I'd punch them first.
It is of high hypocrisy.
Honestly, does that make any sense? Preemptive self-defense. Good Lord, that's the dumbest fucking shit I've ever heard.
For a country like Israel, which violated international convention in possessing nuclear weapon to start with, and now it's accusing another country, Iran, for attempting to acquire nuclear weapons. I don't think there are any higher level of double standard and hypocrisy for Israel to accuse another country of trying to possess nuclear weapons. I think the Middle East will be much better off if Israel disarms itself with nuclear weapons and no other country will want to possess nuclear weapons. That will probably create a better level playground for all the countries involved in the Middle East. For Israel to possess nuclear weapons and to constantly threaten other countries with nuclear attack is really a very serious problem. And I think international community really needs
I did like that. Is really a big problem? I don't think he meant to do that, but I liked it.
to join together to put an end to such blatant violation of peace and security, not only in the Middle East, but in the world at large.
Somebody brought up North Korea, like same thing. But it's just crazy. Like Israel's like, we got to protect people who commit war crimes from getting a nuclear weapon. That's you. You guys do war crimes and you have a nuclear weapon. John IV said, I learned ICE was roaming the halls of my county's courthouse Friday and Monday here in Richmond, Virginia. They detained at least 12 people. This is crazy. Facts still matter. What's up? My friend said, what bizarro timeline are we on when Marjorie Taylor Greene is right? Yeah, it's a weird timeline. Let's see if there's anything else. I think Charlie Kirk is going. Charlie Kirk has had a massive rise. Like this is peak Charlie Kirk. He's never been more powerful than he is now. And I think his loyalty to Trump is actually going to cost him. Here was him on June 22nd. He had run a poll on his Twitter that said, should we intervene? Like, should we bomb Iran? It was something like 70% said no. Should we put boots on the ground in Iran? It was something like 70% no. And so Charlie's like, fuck, my audience wants one thing, but I need Donald Trump. So I'm going to go on and, God bless him for finding a camera that fits that giant fucking dome that close. Here was Charlie Kirk, just throwing all of his followers under the bus.
Israel-Iran situation that the U.S. has now entered is continuing. Iran has just launched more rockets at Israel, and they are in a state of alert and going to bunkers right now as I am doing this video. Also, Iran is pledging a major retaliation. They have not yet hit American bases, and there's not yet been major movements such as the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, which could result in very, very expensive oil, like $180 oil if they end up trying to do that. President Donald Trump tweeted, or Truth Today, I should say.
For those of you asking what that hair is, you'll notice in the, I'm not trying to be critical here, but like it goes up and then there's like kind of a indentation in the middle. That's where Donald Trump's dick rests. And so I'm assuming, I mean, that's hard to get out, like that imprint. And after a while, you know how your hair can be trained? And so I think it's just trained at that point. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm not trying to look, not everybody cares about their hair, but that's what it is. It's just a place for Donald Trump's dick.
Maybe it is time for regime change. Now, we don't know exactly what he means by this. It could be, probably most likely, and I know the man and I trust him, a bottom-up people-led revolution of the Persian people taking out their government.
It's not regime change, guys. Donald Trump said regime change like 4 minutes later. Yeah, we're doing regime change. It could be any kind of regime change. This isn't a regime change war. It could be any kind of regime change. His audience doesn't want a regime change war. He's got a problem here.
which of course we should vocally and morally support. But a top-down regime change, that's not something he's ever advocated for before, and something we've actually been speaking out against a lot in the last couple of weeks. So we're going to keep our eyes on that situation. Stay subscribed to our podcast, and we're going to keep on reading all the news. We're going to be up really late tonight to see if any U.S. bases are hit. That's where our eyes are on. So stay tuned, stay subscribed, check out the Charlie Kirk Show podcast.
No. It'll be interesting to see. I think Charlie Kirk has hit his peak of influence. This happened in Trump's first administration too. America has a short memory, but about 2 years into Trump's first administration, he had lost his majority. He'd already lost his ability to dictate. We're there, and Charlie Kirk was a little more careful last time. This time he's not. Last thing on this before we go. The irony here. Let me just again. I think we need to applaud people when they get to the right answer, even if historically they've had the wrong answer. Piers Morgan is somebody who has spent most of Biden's administration and most of the last 2 or 3 years calling anybody who criticized Israel anti-Semitic, anybody who supported the Palestinians pro-Hamas. He's been smearing people his entire career when it came to Israel. But the lights have come on, and now he is saying Israel is committing war crimes, that Netanyahu is a criminal, that what they're doing is wrong. And I'm glad to see Piers Morgan now seeing firsthand what it's like to be on the other side of these Zionists, where just criticizing Israel for killing children gets you labeled anti-Semitic.
Interesting is the allegations that I'm anti-Semitic only began when I decided to start being more strident in my criticism of what your government is doing in Gaza, which, by the way, is a view. Hang on. I'll finish my question.
Real quick. Hey, mods, can you block Rachel W? She can't figure out how to get out of here, and she's trying to mute me. I just want to help you. Rachel, sorry. What you can do, you don't have to just mute it. We'll just remove you. You can go. You can go. I'm sorry that you couldn't figure out how to X out of this, but we'll take care of that for you.
Which is a criticism shared by many of Israel's allies, by at least 2 of your former prime ministers now. So I'm not alone in that criticism. Many people think what you've been doing in Gaza in the last few months constitutes war crimes. And we've seen from one of your colleagues, the finance minister Smotrich, that the big plan, as far as he's concerned, is not actually getting hostages back or defeating Hamas, but clearing all Palestinians out of Gaza. Now, I'm just curious why me criticizing your government for things like that, and for what people like Smotrich are saying, constitutes anti-Semitism.
No. So let me be very accurate. As I mentioned before, I never said that you are anti-Semitic.
Yeah, you did.
I did say
you did. You implied it, and I was immediately bombarded on X and other social media platforms with, I can tell you, thousands of people calling me anti-Semitic and a Jew hater because you decided to fuel that.
See the threat there? Your choice. Your choice. That's what happens. The evil response here. Like, I don't know. Fuck that guy. That is so evil. It's your choice. If you criticize us killing babies, it's the bed you lie in. Your choice. I've never seen such arrogant people who have accomplished so little. You blackmailed a bunch of American politicians for decades to get them to do the shit that you can't do. It's just honestly time for Israel to do it themselves. It's time for Israel to toughen up and lay in the bed that they made. If I had my way, I would say to every citizen of Israel, you have 30 days to decide if you're going to stay in Israel or you're going to leave. And for those 30 days, we'll protect you. And after 30 days, you guys have to fight your own war. Now, get us out. These people are just flat evil. The justification, I can't remember, what is 1,200 people died on October 7th, I think it was. So we need to kill 150,000. We have to level their homes, kill innocent people over and over and over. It's fucking astounding that we can't just call evil evil. It's evil. The Israeli government is run by an evil psychopath. And people that are on that side You're on the side of evil. History will remember you as evil. If any of you lived in Palestine, you would recognize this for what it is. But you get to be here in America from your comfy chair, the same place I get to be. And all I'm trying to do is say, like, look, let's try and put myself in those shoes. What am I going to do? Like, what were these Palestinians supposed to do? Could they have stopped the attack on October 7th? No. There was nothing they could do. So they need to die? Go after Hamas. I don't care. You have a Golden Dome. You have intelligence everywhere. You can't find the attackers. And so since you can't find the attackers, you just have to kill a bunch of innocent people. This is not hard. This is not hard. This is so easy. Bad people did a bad thing, and then you killed 100,000 innocent people. This isn't that hard to figure out. Evil, evil, evil. And if you want to call Hamas evil, fine. If you want to call the attackers on October 7th evil, I'm with you. Evil. If you take the life of somebody else, that is an evil move. There's no both sides. There's no whataboutism here. If you're taking the lives of innocent people, you're evil. That's easy. I'm so tired of people being like, oh, it's actually more complicated than that. No, it's not. It's only more complicated than that because you have to justify shit. And I apologize in advance to my Christian friends, and I don't mean to be critical of your faith, but I do want to say this. If you are somebody who is strictly adheres to the Bible, and you've been raised to strictly adhere to the Bible, and specifically then if you are part of an organized religion, Catholicism, Southern Baptist, Mormons, Jehovah's Witnesses, Seventh-day Adventists, I'm probably leaving some out. You have been conditioned since the day you were indoctrinated into that religion to overlook bad behavior. To take King David in the Bible is like a great example. Terrible human being. But he's still a hero. And you get to be like, oh, well, King David was bad, but, through sometimes the God's work is messy. And so you've learned to condition yourself that, like, the good guys, when they do things, it's justified. When the bad guys do the exact same thing, it's evil. And that's how we get here. To millions and millions of Americans saying that Israel is justified in what they're doing. It's evil. Just call it evil. The only reason you're not saying it's evil is because, like, you took a side. Your politicians are doing things, and you've been conditioned to justify bad things. The same conversation I had with my Republican friend yesterday, I thought it was interesting. Because where we got down to, we were talking about Mitt Romney, and he said that Mitt Romney said Antifa was like a good group, which wasn't true. And then we got into Charlottesville, and we were just talking about, like, who is the very fine person who is marching with Nazis? If you're marching with Nazis and they're chanting anti-Semitic phrases while wearing their Nazi regalia, like, unless you are both blind and deaf, it's hard for me to imagine how a good person is marching with them, right? Or if you're blindfolded and have earplugs in. But if you can see or hear and you're marching with Nazis and you stay, you're not very fine people. And then he's like, okay, well, I have a problem with that, because are you saying that everybody who owned slaves was evil? Yes. Well, I'm not comfortable with that. Why? Well, because that's someone's grandpa. Okay. Their grandpa was evil. Do you think George Washington was evil? Yeah, he owned slaves. And he said, well, what would have happened if George Washington freed his own slaves? What would have happened to those slaves? I don't care. He bought human beings. He bought human fucking beings to work as slaves. Evil. Yeah, that's evil. Did he also do good things? Yep. Was he evil? Yep. because I'm not obligated. I don't worship George Washington. I don't worship America. We talked about Joseph Smith, the founder of the Mormon Church. I said, did he have sex with a 14-year-old girl? He's like, oh, I don't know. Nobody's proved that. And I said, all right, fine, fair enough. The 14-year-old girl wrote it in her journal. She explained it in detail. Long before Joseph Smith was famous, there was no reason for her to lie, but fine. Did he marry a 14-year-old girl? Yes. Is that evil? No, because the times were different. No, it's still evil. Today, if you said that a 35-year-old man married a 14-year-old girl, everybody would agree that it's evil. And in fact, everybody here that's not Mormon will say, yeah, that's evil. Joseph Smith was evil. And a lot of you say that because you're cool. Like, you also think that Mormonism is a cult. So you're very comfortable pointing out the evil of other people, but never your side. And that's how we get here. Evil is evil is evil is evil. And we have, for some reason, we've become a country that's like, we can't point out the evil of our predecessors. We must celebrate our history. Fucking why? We got to have pride in America. Why? That's a fucking sin. Pride is a sin. Why should we have pride in American, like the history of America? What is the history of America? We came here. We stole land from the people that were here. We enslaved people. We enslaved the people that were here beforehand. We enslaved, at one point, Japanese people. The history of our country is that, like, our government and those who are in power are evil people. And that really hasn't changed a whole lot. People who want power generally are evil. But it's a bizarre thing that we've done. And I think maybe it's a way to protect our own peace and protect, because it's hard. It's not very fun to realize that America is the source of a lot of evil around this world. And I want to go out on the 4th of July and I want to celebrate our independence. I want to do that too. And I want to wear the shirt that said back-to-back World War champions. And I want to wear the shirt of George Washington flipping the bird. But also, he was a bad guy. Wasn't a good guy. Why can't we just be honest about that? Why can't we just be honest about our history? When we're not honest about our history, it conditions us for moments like this, where we can't see evil for what evil is. Why did people generally accept slavery even if they didn't accept slaves? Because socially it was acceptable, right? Or at least we're not whatever. Oh, well, before they used to, it's at least we're not killing them. They're working. Oh, they're a good slave owner. They give their slaves 3 meals. Oh, it's a good slave owner. They have nice slave quarters. I mean, like, I just don't understand why we can't call balls and strikes ever. And my hypothesis is that's based on religion, and religion teaches you to justify horrific action. Every religion has it. It's not just Christianity. It's not just Islam. It's not just Judaism. It's every religion who has a book full of very imperfect people doing awful things, and then figuring out a way to say that book itself is not evil. The Bible is literally a history of story, like a collection of stories, of really fucking awful stories that people have chosen to spin and like make lessons out of those stories. But the lesson we don't seem to learn is that evil is evil is evil. We just like, if God is the same today, tomorrow, and yesterday, then evil was evil then, and evil is evil now. This man right here is evil. Benjamin Netanyahu is evil. Everybody who supports the genocide of the Palestinian people, or if you don't want to say genocide, the murder of innocent people in Palestine, you are defending evil. We just got to stop doing that.
That sentiment. Well, you did.
Look, whether you are or you're not, that's
What do you mean,
in
whether
your
I
heart.
am? When have I ever been anti-Semitic?
Look, I think.
Why don't you tell me? When have I been anti-Semitic? As you know, I've had people on from both sides of this war for the entire time, many of whom have expressed very controversial views. And when they have, be it Candace Owens, Dan Bilzerian, people on the pro-Palestinian side, people on the pro-Israeli side, on the more extremist side, I've held them all to account. I've questioned.
There it is. There it is. There's Osvaldo Hernandez, this fucking dipshit motherfucker. You are defending of Hamas, POS. I just literally said Hamas was the people that attacked on October 7th are evil. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Osvaldo, is it evil to kill innocent children? Yes or no? If you hold the standard that it's evil to kill innocent people, children, men, women, whatever, innocent people, then you are left with only one conclusion. The people who, on October 7th, who murdered innocent people are evil. And the people who murdered innocent people in retaliation are evil. This is not hard. Don't kill innocent people. That's it. That's the whole thing.
Every time I've heard something I don't like. What I want to know from you is, why do you think, as an Israeli minister, you can fuel people on social media viewing me as an anti-Semitic person or somebody who hates Jews? I'm really curious about that. Is it because I dare to criticize what the Israeli government is now doing in Gaza?
I think.
Oh. Yeah, sorry, Jen. I wasn't close to going. Jen, do you want to do announcements real quick? I need to wet my whistle. FOD said DHS bulletin labels anti-Israel citizens as terrorists now. FOD, will you send that to me in Discord? I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, here it is. Is this it? All right, here's what he's talking about. This over here. From June 22nd, the ongoing Iran conflict is causing a heightened threat environment in the United States. Low-level cyber attacks against U.S. networks by pro-Iranian hacktivists are likely, and cyber actors affiliated with the Iranian government may conduct attacks against U.S. networks. Iran also has a long-standing commitment to the target U.S. government officials it views as responsible for the death of an Iranian military commander killed in January 2020. The likelihood of violent extremists in the homeland independently mobilizing to violence in response to the conflict would likely increase if Iranian leadership issued a religious ruling calling for retaliatory violence against targets in the homeland. Multiple recent homeland terrorist attacks have been motivated by anti-Semitic or anti-Israel sentiment, and the ongoing Israel-Iran conflict could contribute to U.S.-based individuals plotting additional attacks. All right. I'm not sure exactly what you're saying there. Send me what you mean, FOD. I got your Discord. Hey, Jen.
Hey. So you have to wet your whistle? You mean just drink some liquid? Is that?
Yeah.
Got it. All right. All right. So how late are we going today? I wasn't sure.
I don't know. We'll see.
I don't know. All right. So we're going till, I don't know. So we've got, I think, roughly, number I have is about 152 left of the gift goal. We are crowdfunded. We do this each day, Monday through Friday from 9:30 to 1 Pacific time. So with us being crowdfunded, we rely on your guys' generosity. So Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Super Chats, all go towards helping knock down that remaining balance of the gift goal. So if you guys could help us out, we would greatly appreciate it. I'm guessing we'll probably go another 30, 45 minutes. If you guys would like to talk to RTP, you can do so. And how you do that is if you look at that Venmo username, that is my Discord username. So if you'd like to DM me or add me on Discord, I can bring you up to talk to Jay in real time. So you don't have to be in the comments. You can actually come on and have a conversation if you'd like to do that. Please subscribe if you haven't already on all the different, on 3 different platforms around right now from TikTok. We have, I think, just the one sub, I think, or maybe there's other ones. I haven't checked the subscription stuff on TikTok in a while. It's been a minute since someone likes to get banned all the time. I don't know who that is. On Twitch, you can use your Amazon Prime sub. If that won't cost you anything, and you have to renew that each month. YouTube, there's a free subscription, or you can, if you'd like to help support us, you can choose between 4 different memberships that we have. Check out our link tree. We're on most social media platforms, and we have merch, Spotify, and Cameo. So yeah, I think that's all of the announcement stuff. Did you hear about the skunks that got divorced?
You say skunks?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't hear about that.
She took every cent he had.
Stupid. That's good.
Stupid. And you know what?
What?
And now that I just was saying that, I think Jeff, our Jeff, had a video of him chasing skunks. I I just remembered that before this. I didn't remember it
Jeffrey
before.
HVAC Jeffrey.
Yes.
I like that we're calling him our Jeff. I like that.
Our Jeffrey. Yeah, he was chasing skunks in a video that I saw. I just remembered. So, fun fact.
Wow, that is a fun fact. Breaking news, actually, here. This being reported by Newsweek, Forbes, Fox. Who's this? This is, I don't know who that is. This just came across through Ground News. This is CNN breaking news. We've got some news on the strikes we did on Iran.
This is CNN breaking news.
We have major breaking news into CNN. 3 sources tell CNN that according to an early U.S. intelligence assessment, the U.S. military strikes on 3 of Iran's nuclear facilities last weekend did not destroy the core components of the country's nuclear program and likely only set it back a few months.
That's right. So this is an assessment that actually is out from the Defense Intelligence Agency. That is the Pentagon's intelligence arm. And it was based on a battle damage assessment.
Q in the chat. CNN fake news. They're reading, just so you know, before you get mad and leave, they're citing the Pentagon here.
Conducted by U.S. CENTCOM after the strikes, according to one of the sources. Let's go to CNN national security correspondent Natasha Bertrand, who has this exclusive new reporting. This is to that question that has been asked about how much damage has been done. This is a real question. It's also a political question that has been to something that Donald Trump has been sort of dealing with here recently. What are you learning, Natasha?
Yeah, look, Brianna, this is the first assessment that we are getting that the U.S. intelligence community has found about the battle damage that resulted from those U.S. military strikes on these 3 Iranian nuclear facilities over the weekend. And as you said, it was produced by the Defense Intelligence Agency, which is the Pentagon's intelligence arm. And it is worth noting that it is a very early assessment. The strikes were only a matter of days ago, and the intelligence community is still gathering intelligence. They are still working to come up with a full, comprehensive picture of what exactly happened here. But based on a battle damage assessment that was carried out by U.S. Central Command, essentially looking at the images and looking at what was actually damaged, the Defense Intelligence Agency has assessed that the core components of Iran's nuclear program are largely intact, and that Iran's nuclear program has essentially only been set back by months. Now, we presented this information to the White House for comment, and White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt, she did acknowledge the existence of this assessment, but she said in a statement that the administration disagrees with it. She said,
we don't agree with our own Pentagon. Bro, what the fuck? It's you. That's you. We don't agree with ourselves. I know we said this, but we don't agree with ourselves.
Said, quote, "This alleged assessment is flat out wrong and was classified as top secret, but was still leaked to CNN by an anonymous low-level loser in the intelligence community." The leaking of this alleged...
He's such a fucking loser. You know why they leak? You know why so many people leak? Because you're being run by fucking morons. That's why.
Assessment is a clear attempt to demean President Trump and discredit the brave fighter pilots who conducted a perfectly executed mission to obliterate Iran's nuclear...
Perfectly executed. They're blaming the leaker. He just gave him the report. You know what you're saying here is...
well, you know, this was supposed to be an internal memo, but we didn't want everybody else to know what a colossal fuck up this is. And once this person read what a colossal fuck up it was, they decided to tell you guys what a colossal fuck up this was. And so that guy's a loser, and he just wants Trump to look bad. Yeah, well, maybe. But he looks bad also. We weren't going to tell you guys this. I can't believe I even have to talk about this. We weren't going to tell you that this was one colossal fuck up.
Now we know earlier. Remember the clip we showed earlier of J.D. Vance where they're like, did you destroy the enriched uranium? Where is it? And he's like, well, that's not the right question. The real question is, did we deter them? Oh, okay. That's why we needed bunker bombs, busters to deter them.
Program. Everyone knows what happens when you drop 14 30,000-pound bombs perfectly on their target.
What is this? What is this language?
It was perfectly executed. Everyone knows what happens when you drop 30,000 pound bombs perfectly. Everything is perfect. Total obliteration. You guys already told us it wasn't total obliteration. You told us that on Sunday, on Saturday, whenever that was. We already knew it wasn't total obliteration. Now what the fuck is this? It definitely wasn't total obliteration. I just watched JD Vance say that. This is crazy. Look, I'm starting to feel bad for her. That's how fucking shitty this is. This is so obviously a lie and a deep throat that I'm starting to feel bad for her. Like, she has to do this. Make sure when you go out that you call everybody losers and say that we were perfect and we never make any mistakes. Okay, I'll do it.
Total obliteration. Now, it is worth noting here that there has been dissent, I should say, within the intelligence community, within the defense community, about just how much of an impact these massive bunker buster bombs would actually have on Iran's nuclear facilities. It was far from certain, given that these bombs had never been tested in an actual combat scenario.
Everybody knows what happens when you drop these bombs that we've never tested. No, nobody knows. That's because we didn't test them. So you don't know. Everybody knows. Nobody knows. They literally meant, when she said everybody, it was actually the exact opposite. It's rare that the exact opposite is true. But literally, nobody knows what happens. And she's like, everybody knows. Amy Lynn said, Trump's the largest leak. Iran moved the uranium because Trump had to truth days ahead of time. Now we don't know where it's at. Also, how much was it to cause superficial wounds to Iran? Yeah. We went to Iran and we put a big hole in the ground. It's a complete success. Mary said, $2 train peeps. Jay's on a roll. Sully said, thank you, Jen. Or love you, Jen. Lolly said, thanks for all that you do. Get a couple more here. Jeremy said, good job. First money sent to a TikToker. Thanks, Jeremy. Swish said, for the grift, double daddy, meow. Robin said, got to support the team. Thank you, Robin. Appreciate that very much. Vaughn, I didn't see a message, Vaughn. If you meant to send a message with that, will you let Jen know? I just don't see one on there, but thank you for the donation. And I think that's it. We'll continue.
Whether they would actually penetrate those very, very deep underground tunnels that lie underneath these nuclear facilities. And what we are told is that as of now, this Defense Intelligence Agency assessment, it does conclude at this point, again, it is still very early, that those underground facilities, including the centrifuges, including the highly enriched uranium that everyone has been talking so much about, those are largely intact. Now, of course,
I didn't break anything. Oh, you have to laugh. You have to laugh or you cry. Didn't do anything. He didn't do anything. We didn't need to do it. We could have avoided this by not abandoning the Iranian nuclear agreement. All right. Cool, Republicans. Cool. How many more failures does this dipshit have to have before you're like, maybe he's not good at this?
This does stand at odds with what President Donald Trump and Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth have been saying in recent days about the impact of these U.S. military strikes. Of course, President Trump said it was totally obliterated, and Secretary Hegseth did as well. And he actually also provided CNN with a statement. He said that, quote,
it's only a flesh wound. Who said his but a scratch? Iran said, good news, we're going to put a fucking Band-Aid on it. We're great.
On everything we have seen, and I've seen it all, our bombing campaign obliterated Iran's ability to create nuclear weapons. Our massive bombs hit exactly the right spot at each target and worked perfectly. The impact of those bombs is buried.
Why are they talking like this? Why do they keep talking like this?
Under a mountain of rubble in Iran. So anyone who says the bombs were not devastating is just trying to undermine the president and the successful mission. Now,
it's your people! Came from the Pentagon. Your people said it didn't work. Anybody who says this was not a complete and total success is just trying to undermine President Trump. Is your people. You. Does he know? Somebody's got to tell Pete Hegseth where he works. You work at the Pentagon, dipshit? It's you. This is so embarrassing. Who said that? You guys did. Fuck.
Our sources did emphasize here that there was severe damage that was done largely to the above ground structures at these nuclear sites. And so there was damage done, of course, by these massive bombs. But the core components of the nuclear program, we are told, they are largely intact, and it only set.
Look at the bag in the chat. A lot of you guys talking. Go fight for more illegals. What you should put tampons in Ben's bathroom some more. What is a woman? Anything to not have to address in your mind. The colossal fucking shit show that who could have guessed? Who could have guessed that the unqualified drunk Fox News host wouldn't have been a great Secretary of Defense? Who could have guessed it?
The program back by a matter of months. Boris Brianna.
Natasha Bertrand, please stand by.
All right, if we have more breaking news, this keeps going on. We'll cover it. Yeah, we're just fuck it. We'll go to Pete Hegseth. Pete Hegseth was in front of Congress last week testifying and not answering any questions. So let's just might as well shit on him. This is Congressman Smith asking about our DoD policy regarding Greenland. Because just remember, like, there's so much crazy shit in this administration that it's almost like we forgot that they started off this administration being like, we're going to take Greenland and we're going to take Panama. We're just going to take over countries. So we're going to follow up with Pete Hegseth.
Sincerely concerned about this. Is it the policy of the Department of Defense that we need to be prepared to take Greenland and Panama by force if necessary? Is this a policy that you have within the Department of Defense in accordance with the President's wishes?
I heard what you said about those two countries and saying we need to worry about China. Well, we are worried about China.
That wasn't my concern.
I heard your question, and I'm going to answer it different. I'm going to change your question so that I don't have to answer this.
Malign influence in Panama.
I was
the recognition
concerned with
that if
us
China has
saying
control
that
of
using
ports
military
or
force
malign
to
influence
take another
over the
sovereign
Panama,
country's
we
territory.
should pay attention to that.
Right.
So Panama is very key terrain that we've focused on, and we've been willing to focus
So we
on,
should
as
take it,
is Greenland.
we should
key
take
terrain.
it by military force. They're important. I'm not going to argue with that.
The Arctic is
I'm
incredibly
arguing with
important,
the
and
using
adversaries are
our
trying to
military
gain-
to take it by force.
Our job at the DoD is to have plans. And
Do you have a plan for that?
That's not your job. It's not your job. Your job at the DoD is not to have plans. Your job at the DoD is to run the military. And part of your job includes coming to Congress and answering the questions that they ask. Who gave him his job description? You know, we both know. That mouth's open for a reason, to suck Donald Trump's dick. That's what you are in this position because you are a dick sucker of Donald Trump, because Donald Trump knows you are a bitch, and Donald Trump knows you'll just do and say anything. You have no problem embarrassing yourself every time you come before Congress and throwing yourself in front of Donald Trump to dodge the bullets that are coming for Donald Trump. That's your job. You are a human shield.
Our job at the Defense Department is to have plans for any particular contingency.
Including the contingency of basically
Any
invading
contingency you need, we've got it. We've got a building full of planners, and we're prepared to give recommendations.
So let's be very clear. There apparently is a plan to take Greenland and a plan to take Panama. He's confirming now that they do have a plan in place to invade Panama or Greenland and take them by force. Cool.
Whenever needed.
So just be clear, you have plans to take Panama and Greenland by force if necessary.
I think the American people would want the Pentagon to have plans for any particular contingency.
Not for that.
Thankfully, we are in the planning business.
Speaking on behalf of the American people, I don't think the American people voted for President Trump because they were hoping we.
Now here is Pete Hegseth being asked during Trump's Fort Bragg event. He was selling merch. We think that, by the way, he's also with General Kane. General Kane's with him. So I think this question is for General Kane. But they're going to ask him about selling MAGA merch at Fort Bragg.
Where soldiers have to pledge political loyalty to participate.
Thank Tommy's real mom. Thanks for the gifted sub.
In an event with our commander-in-chief. Yes or no, please.
Sir, I'm not. First, no. I'm not aware of any time in history that soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines have been asked to do that. I think.
And I'm sorry, General. I do want to
just real quick. I just want to show the difference. There was a stark difference between General Kane and Pete Hegseth. Generals historically, secretaries of defense historically answer questions. They are not supposed to be hyper-partisan. This is the first hyper-partisan SecDef that I can remember who is just openly hostile to Democrats. General Kane, see how easy that was? Do you see how easy that was? Yeah, I'm not aware of any time we've sold merch before. It's so easy to answer the question. They're not allowed to. They have to just like suck Trump's dick and avoid answering questions. And you guys still think like, oh, this is what we voted for. I saw somebody saying, this communist never sides with America. Who the fuck are you siding with? I need my government to not tell me anything. One thing I hate more than anything is when the government tells me the truth and answers questions. I fucking hate that. I need the government to lie to me as hard as they can. Harder. Harder. Little harder. Faster. Yeah, up a little. Harder.
In the interest of time, I want to talk about what happened at Fort Bragg 2 days ago. There was guidance put out, and this has been verified by multiple independent news outlets, saying, quote, these are to the soldiers of the 18th Airborne Corps and the U.S. Army. If soldiers have political views that are in opposition to the current administration, then they need to speak with their leadership and get swapped out. This is swapped out of the event with the president. In addition, in an incredibly disturbing incident, there was a pop-up shop selling MAGA merchandise on post at Fort Bragg. And to summarize this, there was a commander from Bragg who said on the record, quote, this has been a bad week for the Army, for anyone who cares about us being a neutral institution. This was shameful. If those are the facts, and I know the Army is investigating at least the MAGA pop-up shop, is that appropriate, General Kane?
Sir, I haven't seen any of these reports. I'm not familiar with them, but as I mentioned earlier and in my confirmation hearing, the nation demands a political, nonpartisan military.
That's what our military was before Trump. I don't think it can be overstated how much Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth have fundamentally changed our military into dick-riding, bitch-ass bitches. His entire job seems to be running cover for Donald Trump. There goes my TikTok live just got taken down. Damn it. Why did I get taken down? Was it Jen, what is it? Was it sexually suggestive? Was it me saying harder? Sorry, Jen. You here? Jen's going to get mad at me. I lost TikTok. Fuck. My bad.
I'm checking.
Might have been dick riding. Could have been that.
I'm checking to see what you did now.
Shit.
Hate speech and hateful behavior.
Oh, we'll win that one, right?
Yeah. Oh, maybe. We'll see.
Maybe we'll see.
I just hit submit, so we'll see.
All right. All right. Here is Mike Turner, GOP Representative Mike Turner, who decides this is after Hegseth answers the question about Greenland. He's like, all right, listen, I think Pete Hegseth is going to be clipped. And I think that he was taken out of context and it's going to look bad because every news organization is going to run this clip of Pete Hegseth saying we're going to take Greenland. So I'm going to use my time to go back and help Pete Hegseth correct the record. And I'm going to make sure that we know as a country that he misspoke and he doesn't actually mean that the Pentagon has plans to take Greenland by force. And Pete Hegseth says, fuck you. I'll do what I want.
Lawyer here, I just want to help you out because people try to twist your words. You are not confirming in your testimony today that
Thanks, Keith, for the super chat there.
That at the Pentagon there are plans for invading or taking by force Greenland, correct? That is not your testimony today.
All my testimony is that The Pentagon has plans for any number of contingencies.
It is not your testimony today that there are plans at the Pentagon for taking by force or invading Greenland, correct? Because I sure as hell hope that it is not your testimony.
We look forward to working with Greenland to ensure that it is secured.
Just won't do it. Turner's like, please, just say that you don't have a plan to take over Greenland. And he's like, oh no. Listen to him answer this question. He's trying so hard.
Force or invading Greenland, correct? Because I sure as hell hope that it is not your testimony.
We look forward to working with Greenland to ensure that it is secured from any potential threats.
Excellent. I yield back.
Great. That fucking clears it up. He tried so hard. Not happening. Here's Representative Chrissy Houlihan. I think granddaughter of Patches O'Houlihan, famous, one of the most famous dodgeball players in the history of the world. I don't know what to say about this other than it's probably not the first time that Pete Hegseth has been mounted and pegged by a woman and completely dominated. But here we go.
Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr.
See, we're off TikTok, Jen. I can say that. I can say it because TikTok won't ban us. See how good I was? I was on such good behavior. I didn't bring up pegging one single time until TikTok went down.
Chairman, Mr. Secretary, I've been looking forward.
Lenora says, I love that RTP's favorite word is bitch. Thank you.
Very much to our time together. My name is Chrissy Houlihan. In addition to representing a part of Pennsylvania, the 6th District, I also am a veteran. I come from a family of veterans and service members, and it's very deeply personal to me, this conversation that we're having, as I know it is to you as well. Over the last several days, I've had the opportunity to watch a bit of the hearings that you have...
Real quick, Titan Brew. I appreciate you saying that. The Pentagon does have a contingency plan for attacking Greenland. For sure. Of course they do. I wouldn't want it any other way. Plan for war. Know your enemy. See how fucking easy that was? So now I just like, fine. Why can't he say that? You see how fucking easy it is for you guys to say the thing Pete Hegseth won't say? That's pretty good transparency, right?
Testified at this week, and I can see and know that you have quite a bit to say. But since I only have 5 minutes, I'm going to try and focus my time on a concept that you talk about very frequently, and that is lethality. By definition, lethality simply means being capable of causing death. Secretary Hegseth, I have a couple of clarifying questions that I'd like very much to get through. So in the interest of time and efficiency, I would ask just simply for a yes or no from you for the answers to these questions in advance, and I thank you.
Jackie said, low-level loser still has me rolling.
So given that definition of lethality, would it be fair to say that both men and women are, generally speaking, capable of causing death?
It depends.
Yes or no, sir?
Depends on the context.
Yes or no? Yes or no? Are men and women capable of causing death?
It depends on the context.
Yes or no?
It depends on the context.
It's unbelievable to me that you can't come up with...
How hard is that question? Every single human being can answer that question. There's not a single one of us that can't answer that question. Can both men and women cause death? Yeah. Not Pete Hegseth. Oh. What are we doing here? Can this guy tell the truth one time?
With an answer whether or not a man or a woman can cause death. That's an obvious yes. Would it be fair to say that the U.S. military trains our soldiers in multiple ways to be capable of causing death, whether they are men or women?
That's a big part of our job.
Yes. Would it be fair to say that both men and women are capable of pulling a trigger of a rifle to cause death? Yes or no?
Sure.
And would it be fair to...
He can't even do, like, he's such a fucking bitch. He's such a thin-skinned little bitch that he can't even say, like, yes or no. He just, like, even then has to do, like, sure. He is such a bitch.
To say that both men and women are capable of operating an unmanned combat drone or maybe pushing a button to launch a missile to cause death again, yes or no?
I know what you're getting at, ma'am.
Yes?
But it is
so lastly,
men and women
sir,
carry equipment differently,
lastly,
a 155 round
lastly,
differently,
sir,
a rucksack differently,
reclaiming
a
my
Bravo
time.
machine gun
I asked
differently.
about missiles and drones.
It is the gentlelady's
time.
time.
Reclaiming my time.
Pause. It is the gentlelady's time.
He's answered 0 questions, and I've shown 4 clips now, 0 questions answered.
Would it be fair, finally, to say that both men and women are capable of piloting a jet or a helicopter to combat people and to cause death as a consequence.
A lot of wonderful female
Yes
pilots.
or no? So while
There's a lot of wonderful people. Like, why? I'm just saying, Republicans, give me a fucking break for a second. You come on. You know this is a joke. You have to know this is a joke. We cannot. You can't consider this like good in any way. It's a fucking joke. He's not telling you anything. They won't answer real questions. What is this? What happened to you? You just lie to me. Lie to me. Oh, lie to me. Oh, lie to me a little bit more. Oh, like, are you edging to lies? Is that what this is? Is this a kink thing? We can start a channel for you where people just lie to you. It doesn't have to be your government. You can come a different way if you want. It doesn't have to be like this.
While I agree with you that physical fitness, as you were mentioning, is a very strong and important component of lethality, the warfighter that you have written about in your books and talked about on various podcasts is but a very, very small piece of the overall lethality picture. In fact, we estimate only about 10% of our military personnel are directly involved in the kind of combat that you're referring to. Rather, 90%,
Thanks, Judy and Jen.
that's the math, of our troops are doing other jobs that support and enable those 10%. So to put it simply, lethality cannot be measured solely by the damage that a 6'3", 225-pound Christian male with a rifle can do to the enemy anymore. Sure, I agree he's part of that solution, but it is an incomplete and at best very dangerous and very homogeneous description of that. Lethality is equal parts technical skills, tactical experience, cognitive problem solving, and physical fitness. It's not about one person, but it's about many. It's not about blue or red.
I'm going to cut that. Thomas, so can an unarmed woman defeat an unarmed man in hand-to-hand combat? Yeah. Sometimes. If I got in a fight with Amanda Nunes, I think I would lose. But that's not the point here. That is like she said, like there's standards, there's physical fitness standards. The question is, Thomas, is if a woman passes the physical standards necessary for the job, should she be denied the job? Can a woman who is capable of serving in a combat role serve in a combat role? You know who's also not capable of serving in a combat role? A bunch of men in this country. There's a lot of men who aren't in good enough shape to serve in a combat role. There's a lot of men who don't have the physical strength to serve in a combat role. The point here is to say, like, and I think this is where you're missing the point. This isn't about like who's stronger, men or women, who's a better soldier, men or women. The question and the reason that this line of questioning is happening is because he's saying that women just can't serve. And she's just pointing out, like, if the woman can meet the qualifications, why not? That's this argument. I don't know how you missed that, but that's the argument here. And consistently, Pete Hegseth, that's the fourth clip we've shown. He's answered 0 questions. And you guys are cool with it. I love this. Now, here's where the fireworks get great. Here's Tammy Duckworth with Pete Hegseth. And here's where the fireworks end.
Money, like my fellow cadets and I did in our first Liberty after basic camp. You are blowing through money like my fellow cadets and I did in our first Liberty after basic camp. Luckily, I didn't end up with a questionable tattoo. Your failures, Mr. Secretary, since you've taken office has been staggering. You sent classified operational information over Signal to chest thump in front of your wife, who, by the way, has no security clearance, risking service member lives in the process. You blew the $1 billion fight against the Houthis, whom, again, as my colleague says, has no Navy, and yet you lost all of those aircraft.
Are we going to talk about that? We're going to talk about how, like, instead of just telling Netanyahu to knock it the fuck off, we went after the Houthis and we lost aircraft. We lost millions and millions of dollars. Because we can't just stand up to Netanyahu and tell him to fuck off.
You've created such a hostile command environment that no one wants to serve as your chief of staff or work with you in other senior DoD leadership roles. But what we should all be talking about more than all of this is that you have an unjustified, un-American misuse of the military in American cities, pulling resources and attention away from core missions to the detriment of the country, the war fighters, and yes, the war fighting that you claim to love. I don't know if this is because you are too inexperienced and incompetent to understand the real threats facing our country, or if it's because you are just an unqualified yes man who can't tell the president how to keep Americans safe. You are focusing on renaming bases for Confederate generals. You said just now to Senator King that to a man and to a woman, we would rather be associated with the old Confederate names. Well, I am one of those women. I served at Fort Rucker, Alabama, a base that was named for a traitor who took arms against the United States of America, led troops who killed Americans. It was renamed for Mike Novosel, a Medal of Honor recipient, who in his citation for the Medal of Honor includes that he saved 29 American lives, to include hovering backwards in a helicopter towards an enemy bunker where a wounded American was laying and saved that person, including after being taken fire himself. I know a little something about what it takes.
So we should definitely, yeah, the Confederate soldier, definitely. That's what we should do. We should definitely name it after the Confederate soldiers, right? Not like actual American heroes. We should definitely make sure that we take the names back to people who fought against our country, who abandoned our country, who killed American citizens, all in the name of being able to keep human beings as property. This is one of the most pathetic parts of the right. Honest to God, like, it's fucking pathetic. If you can't say fuck the Confederacy, if you think statues for the Confederates need to remain, and if you think our military bases need to be named after Confederates, do some fucking research. You know why they were named after Confederates? Is because the racists remained, and they wanted bases named after their military heroes who fought against America, who fought against the United States, and they lost. It is absolutely fucking insane to hear people like, oh, I'm a patriot, we got to keep these names. That was the enemy. They fought us. They fought us. Why the fuck do we have bases named after Confederates? Why do we have statues of Confederates? They fucking lost. Do we have statues of King George? Where's all our King George statues? Where'd those go? Why don't we call it King George Base? After all, he owned it, right? Wasn't America his until we took it from him? It's fucking stupid. It honestly is so fucking stupid. And to take the names away from actual American heroes who are not divisive, those names aren't divisive, to take the names away and return to like Confederate soldiers, Confederate generals, to appease who? Who wants that? There's not a big movement of people wanting to like name bases after Confederates. That is a nod to the white nationalists. And the reality is, unfortunately, per capita, our military has a lot of racists, just like our police has a lot of racists. And they're making it okay to be racist again. They're making it okay to be like a white nationalist, an open white nationalist in the military again. It's fucking crazy. I for the life of me, have never understood anybody who's like, we got to keep, yeah, Germany doesn't have Hitler statues. I don't see a bunch. I don't know. I've never been to Italy. I'm going to guess Italy doesn't have a lot of Mussolini statues around. Jesus fucking Christ. We got to have statues for Confederates?
Takes to fly a helicopter when you've been hit by enemy fire, that was heroic. I'd rather be associated with Mike Novosel than a failed Confederate traitor. I don't know whether you are inexperienced or too incompetent, but I wonder when you will actually focus on our nation's warfighting mission.
If I'm the Democrats, I'm not asking him a single question. I'm using my 5 minutes every time to just rip this man to shreds. He's not going to answer your question anyway, so what's the fucking point? Why even worry about asking him a question? He's not going to answer it. Just get your point across. Say what you want to say. Appeal approved on TikTok. We'll be back. Hot damn. Can't keep a good man down. All right. God, let me go back up here, actually. What time is it? 1:30. I'll go for like 20 more minutes. We're pretty close on that gift goal. I want to go back, actually, and show this. Former Justice Department members have released this video about Emile Beauvais. So Emile Beauvais is widely considered among Republicans to be like the next choice as a Supreme Court justice for the Republicans. And members of his own staff inside the Justice Department released this video warning Americans not to confirm Boise as a federal court judge. This is another one of those Trump nominations that makes no fucking sense. Not only is he not a very good person, he is openly defiant of the Constitution. Here's his own employees saying, do not confirm him as a judge. Frankie said the bases were named during Jim Crow. Is that what it was? I didn't know that.
President Trump wants to give his personal attack dog at DOJ a lifetime judicial appointment. His name is Emil Boise, Trump's former criminal defense attorney.
I worked for Boise at the Department of Justice.
I worked for him at DOJ.
And this is not someone
who should be a federal judge. Boise and I both worked on cases arising out of the attack on the Capitol on January 6th, despite the evidence he would have seen. When he joined the leadership of the Department of Justice under Donald Trump, he turned around and fight.
Why would you remove Martin Luther King Jr. Drive? That's the craziest fucking... Josh, I'm all for ripping down the Confederate statues and removing every single Martin Luther King Jr. Drive across the country because every fucking town has one. Are you comparing the Confederates to Martin Luther King Jr.? All right. Weird, man.
Fired people who worked on those cases.
The Department of Justice was prosecuting New York City Mayor Eric Adams for corruption charges. I resigned from the Department of Justice after 10 years as a federal prosecutor because Mr. Boise asked my colleagues and I to dismiss a case against New York City Mayor Eric Adams that appeared to be, in essence, a quid pro quo.
On the last Friday in January, Boise issued a memo to Ed Martin, directing Ed Martin to fire attorneys because those people, in his words, couldn't be faithfully trusted to implement the president's agenda. He worked on these cases too. He saw the evidence. He would have seen how violent that day was. He would have seen the property destruction. More than 100 police officers were attacked. This was a crime of historic proportions to turn around and fired people who worked on those cases because the president asked him to. It was a naked political move.
In the Eric Adams case, Mr. Boise openly stated that it was not based on the facts of the law. It was based on the fact that Mayor Adams had expressed that he would enforce the president's policy, ordering the case to be dismissed, not based on the facts, not based on the law, but because of a political alliance, essentially, that Mayor Adams formed with President Trump.
And that political alliance was like, hey, if you drop these charges for me, I'll help with ICE. I'll let ICE do whatever the fuck they want in New York City. That's so corrupt. It's so obviously corrupt. We want our politicians to be held accountable. Why do you guys not why do you not want a Democratic politician held accountable for their crimes?
Boise didn't just retaliate against attorneys. He directed that the FBI put together a list of names of all the agents who worked on January 6th cases. The FBI agents who worked on these cases were working on cases that they were assigned to work on. They weren't political hacks. They weren't out to get anyone. People could see that this list was setting them up to be fired too.
From day one as a federal prosecutor, you're trained to follow the facts and law wherever they may lead.
That means that the laws should be upheld whether or not the subject of an investigation is a Republican, is a Democrat,
and we don't bring...
Is that crazy? Is it crazy to say like the law should apply to everybody equally? That's just a crazy statement now. Merle said, down with Trump, worst president ever. Canadians hate him. Dude, he's a terrible... he's so fucking bad. And again, I think the problem with Trump is that none of you guys have realized how fucking stupid he is yet. So it's the dumb leading the blind, and that's tough.
Charges or dismiss them based on political loyalties.
A judge is supposed to apply the law in a fair and even-handed manner.
Boise asked us to base a prosecutorial decision not on the facts, not on the law, but on a political calculation.
Boise cannot be trusted to be impartial on the Court of Appeals.
He's been quoted by his subordinates as saying, sometimes we're going to have to ignore court orders. Like, for the DOJ, sometimes we're just going to have to tell... In fact, he said we're going to have to tell them, fuck you. That's what he said. We got to tell the federal courts, fuck you sometimes. That's just the way that it goes. We'll jump into ICE. This story one more time right here. No, here we go. This is a story many of you have heard of Narcisco Barranco. He's the father of 3 boys. He's here, I believe, from what I can gather, I believe his citizenship is in question. I do not believe he has citizenship. However, he has raised 3 boys. All 3 boys in his family served in the United States Marines, and 2 of them are active Marines. Now, this video is going to show the tail end. I do want to say this because some of this video came out later. It appears, at the very least, that when immigration showed up, he was using a weed whacker. And he tried to run from immigration, and he ran with the weed whacker out in front of him. There was an immigration agent that came up from the side and backed off. If you want to say that's a threat, I guess whatever, that's a threat. I don't think that justifies this. This is a man on the ground trying to cover his face as they pull his hands back, and they repeatedly punch him in the face. Again, a man who has raised 3 boys. Those boys chose to serve our country. And his crime is that, like, his immigration status is in question. That's who. It's important to get rid of that guy. He raised 3 sons who love America so much that they sacrificed their own lives. They were willing to sacrifice their own lives. That's the treatment we're going to give these people? Tell me why he needs to be punched in the face. Why? There's 7 men there. They can't get his arm eventually. You have to punch him in the face? Like, this is what the rest of the world's looking at. Somebody threatened me. Somebody threatening me. Did we get a threat in here? This is sick. A lot of you said, like, I can't watch that. Yeah. Oh, there it is. I would love for you to call me stupid to my face because you would go to the morgue, motherfucker, while I would go to prison. I ain't got nothing to lose. I ain't got no kids at home. Settle down, you fucking psycho. Why would you kill somebody who called you stupid? Just walk away. You dumb, silly bitch. Just walk away. What are you doing, you psycho? Jesus Christ. Can we ban Jer forever, by the way? Whoever could take care of that? That's fucking crazy. That's absolutely crazy. What are we lying about? What are we lying about here? What's wrong with this? What did I say that wasn't true? I told you, there's the weed whacker that I told you about. I gave you all the context. In what context is it appropriate to punch this guy in the face? For a misdemeanor. For a misdemeanor. Here's his boys. Here's him with his boys. Or his boys, excuse me. Posting with the American flag. All served in the Marines. You know why that guy was tracked down? Because ICE is a bunch of bitches, and they have quotas, and they're too afraid to go after violent criminals because, again, they're bitches. So they go after hardworking people who just have illegal immigration status. And they think they're tough. Punching an elderly old man in the face repeatedly. I don't know how much longer until this shit stops. I don't know what else does it take for you guys to, like, be humans again? At what point are you guys going to be like, oh, we're going to treat humans with dignity again? Nancy, I've seen that bounty hunter thing. I don't know that there's solid evidence on that. I could have missed it this weekend. I've seen the testimony. I don't know that I've seen the evidence of it. Phil said for glitter bombs. Thank you. Yeah. They are glitter bombing the fuck out of these people. That being said, while Republicans sit back and let their government lie to them and cuck themselves to Donald Trump and cheerlead the mistreatment of other human beings, there are good Americans out there like these folks. This was in Pico Rivera, California at Salgado Tire Service, where ICE showed up and decided to start asking people their names and their immigration status. And look at these heroes.
You guys don't have to talk. You guys don't have to talk. You guys do not have to answer any questions. No questions at all. What's your badge number, actually? Yeah. What's your last name? No le necesitas que. What's your last name? No le necesitas que preguntar. What's your badge number and last name? 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 Nada más trabaja. No te necesitas que hacer un warrant para agarrarte. No le necesitas que decir nada. No le necesitas que decir nada. What's your badge number and last name? No le necesitas que hablar calladito hasta que se vaya. You already answered to you. You can leave. You already gave you the answer. They all answered to you. Hey. I'm not doing nothing. Don't do nothing. I'm not doing nothing. I have a lot of space. I understand, but he has his rights as well. We all have and you know rights. That. We have our rights. As long as we're here in the United States, we all have. You could go. You know how to go. Thank you so much.
Just bug the shit out of them until they leave. Honk your horns. Ask them the same question over and over and over. Again, before anything, these guys are just cowardly bitches. If you still work for ICE, go fuck yourself. Honestly, I'm sure there were some well-meaning people in ICE. If you're still on board with this, literally go fuck yourself. Here's acting ICE director Todd Lyons, because we can't confirm an ICE director. Heaven forbid we put up somebody qualified. And here he is talking about how it's not fair that these guys have to go out there in masks. I can't believe people are upset with this.
Where does the fear-mongering stop?
Yeah, I mean, you make a great point. And I think one of the things that has been consistent, especially with what I've said every time I've had the opportunity to speak about the brave men and women of ICE, is the fact that if you look before January 20th and even after January 20th, the men and women of ICE did not have to have masks on their face. Me personally, I don't want those officers having to wear those masks because it's hot, it's dangerous. But you look at what's going on right now. ICE agents are being doxxed at a horrible rate. You know, over the weekend we had ICE officers.
Yeah. Why? This is where like fascism comes in, right? Like this is where it comes in. They're being doxxed because everybody fucking hates them. Because they're treating people inhumanely. Change your fucking policy. The people have spoken. The No Kings protest had one of the biggest protests. Is it the biggest protest? Millions of Americans. These ICE raids are deeply unpopular. You are violating the rights of the states. You're violating the rights of the local communities. And you're doing it with a level of cruelty that is completely unwarranted. You want people to not have to mask up? Maybe be a better fucking leader. Maybe treat people humanely. The crazy thing is, like, this is inefficient. They're not deporting more people than Biden. They're not deporting more people than Obama. They're deporting way less. Way fucking less. And they're doing it with cruelty. Just do it effectively and treat people like human beings. It's not that fucking hard. Nobody was doxing ICE agents before they started acting like vigilantes. There's no such thing as self-reflection in the GOP. There's no willingness to say, maybe it's me. I hope they have to mask for as long as they do this job. And I hope every time somebody finds out in their neighborhood that they're a member of ICE, that everybody in their neighborhood tells them to go fuck themselves. ICE is the enemy of the people. Fuck ICE. You don't get to do this. You don't get to treat people this way and have people be like, oh, well, they're doing their duty. They love their country. No, you don't. You're doing a worse job than your predecessor, but you're doing it with a lack of humanity. You don't get any praise from that. You're inefficient and cruel. And it troubles me that it's Republicans every day showing up here like, yeah, this is what we voted for. You voted for the folks at ICE to be worse at their job, but to do it with more cruelty. That's what you voted for? You voted to deport less immigrants at a higher cost and be on videotape beating them? Yeah, that's kind of why we say you guys might be racist. That's why you guys can't really dodge that very well. Well, we didn't like when Joe Biden did it better. We didn't like it when Obama did it better. But now that we're doing it less effectively and we're beating the shit out of people, now we love it. Feels like the cruelty is the only part you guys like. Because if this was about efficiency, you're going about it the wrong way.
Officers' names, addresses, families, Instagrams, Facebook, posted and spread all around the city of Portland saying no rest for ICE. And you're seeing it in Los Angeles. People are flagging where their hotels are this weekend. Instead of having peaceful protests at spots in Los Angeles, they had agents' cars rammed and surrounded in intersections. There has to be a point where we can work with elected officials to come up with ways to ensure that ICE is able to do their...
Then fucking do it. The problem is, every time you try and work with public officials, they say, here's what we'd like to do. And you go, fuck that. We're doing it our way. Do it then. Maybe don't send in the National Guard when Newsom goes, we got this undercover. Maybe don't escalate tensions fucking everywhere you go. You want to work with people, stop being assholes. Nobody wants to work with you. Nobody wants to be associated with ICE. Nobody wants to be associated with beating the shit out of a military parent while he's on the ground defenseless against 6 people. Nobody wants to work with you. It's a you problem. That's what, like, Republican is. Nothing is ever our fault, and if you don't capitulate, then you're evil. Okay. We're going to beat the shit out of people.
Mission safely, and the men and women of ICE do not have to worry about political rhetoric.
This is the point. Even your talking points are so fucking... Invite an illegal alien to live with you. Why don't you advocate that your administration does something? Is anybody here saying that we shouldn't deport people who are here illegally? I'm sure there's people with that opinion. Nobody's saying that. We're saying do it in a humane way and do it effectively. You're worse at it. This is like you're going out with a football team. You got 7 dudes. And all you do every time the ball is snapped is you punt it. It's not effective. It's dumb. Remember that scene in Longest Yard when they have the play and they decide to take it to the guards and they just snap the ball and beat the fuck out of the guards? That's you guys. It's completely ineffective. And you have no plan. We just want you to do something effectively, and we want to do it without cruelty. It's fucking weird for you guys to use the same arguments. It's like you don't ever hear what the argument is. The argument is treat people with humanity. That's it. We've done it for decades. In this country, we've deported people who are here illegally for decades, and we've done it without beating the shit out of them and filming it and making jerk-off videos on the DHS website. Just do it that way.
Or outside agitators affecting their jobs, families, their safety, things like that. It's time that, common sense needs to prevail in this, and ICE needs to be seen as the effective law enforcement tool it is. But we also need the help of elected officials. They need to help us not only do our job, but keep the men and women of ICE safe.
They're not going to help you until you fall in line. Who's going to help you? Who's going to sign their name next to ICE? Oh, yeah, we'll help you. Who wants their name next to that? If you sign up to help ICE, your constituents are going to show you videos of ICE beating the fuck out of people. Just politically speaking, who's going to sign on to that? The way they're doing things now is the way they've always been done. The only difference is media. No, it's not, you fucking dipshit. DHS has never made propaganda videos for you to jerk off to. It's never happened. The Department of Home, Mayorkas wasn't running around with 80 different outfit changes with a camera crew so they could make propaganda videos. You're just too stupid to have this conversation with. Honestly, no matter what, it wouldn't matter. It legitimately wouldn't matter. If that guy turned out to be an American citizen, you would still defend it. You don't. All you're doing is just knee-jerk defending every fucking thing Donald Trump does. There is legitimately nothing he could do that would turn you. These people could show up, take a baby, and eat it. And you'd be like, oh, well, that baby was probably illegal. You would there's nothing you wouldn't defend. If you can't say that it's wrong to punch a defenseless man in the back of the head while he's on the ground, regardless of what crime that person has committed, then you're not really worthy of this conversation. I think you probably, if I'm going to guess, I think you probably just have a sad life. I think that maybe not a lot of things are going well for you, and I hope things get better. That's going to do it for us today. We went an extra hour over. I don't know if we hit the gift goal or not, but I didn't add the last bit a little bit. We'll be back. I don't know about tonight. We'll keep you posted. Make sure you're following us on YouTube, Twitch, TikTok, and in the Discord. If we do wind up going live tonight, we'll figure it out, see if we've got a place to go. If not, I'll see you guys tomorrow morning and every weekday morning, Monday through Friday, 9:30 a.m. to 1 Pacific Standard Time on TikTok, Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter. In the meantime, if you'd like to follow us on any other social media, we have Instagram, we have Cameo, we have merch in our bio, and I think that's it. Yeah, I think that's it. Anyways, I love you guys. Stay cute and cool, and have a great summer.